You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. Our coverage of today's game will start soon. You're listening to
Welcome to Bowie Baysox Baseball. It's time now for the DCA Imaging Systems pregame show.
It's the DCA Imaging Systems pregame show from Canal Park. We're getting set for Game 2 in this 6-game series between the Akron Rubber Ducks and your Bowie Baysox. So glad you're with us. Matt Sabatas with you from Akron, Ohio. We're running into a bit of a delayed start for today's contest. That's the delay to this pregame show as well. But we're anticipated to get underway at 6:45, maybe give or take a few minutes, but both teams are on the field and both teams are getting ready to go. We've just got to wait and play the, look-around game, play it by ear. That's how things can sometimes go in baseball, especially in the minor leagues. But as we look at today's game, the Baysox are trying to bounce back from their 7th shutout loss of the season last night, a game that saw them go 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position and strand 9 runners on base, but a game that also saw them fail to collect a hit after the 4th inning. Bowie did so much of their work early in the contest and still came up on the wrong end of it at the end of the afternoon. But with a well-rested day, a chance to get on the field and take some batting practice. Hopefully the Baysox will be able to do a little bit more this evening and even up this 6-game series and probably, hopefully, get back into the Southwest Division race. Let's take a look at the numbers for today's game. Bowie comes in for game number 134, a 65-68 record. 2-game losing streak for the Baysox as they're 3-7 over their last 10. Bowie is 28-36 when playing on the road. Akron comes in for game number 134 as well, a 77-65 record, a 5-game winning streak for the Ducks. They're one of the hottest teams right now, 7-3 over their last 10 and 38-26 when playing at home. Second half has Bowie at 38-26. Akron is at 37-27 with 5 games left to play here in the second half. It's shrinking down to a 3-team race rather. No longer really a 4-team race as the Altoona Curve are 3.5 games out of first. It'd be tough for them to make the run, especially with Bowie and Akron playing each other. Erie leads the pack with a 39-25 record. They picked up a win over Richmond last night, while Bowie is 1 game out of first place and Akron is 2 games out of first place. The Baysox route is relatively clear. They just need to pick up 4 wins over these final 5 games, and they need to see Richmond pick up a few wins over Erie at the same time. As we look at today's starting pitching matchup, you've got Thomas Ponticelli going for Akron, while Justin Armbruster goes for the Baysox. Armbruster allowed only 1 hit in 5 innings of work his last time around, but he did run into a couple of walks. Armbruster did walk 3 batters in the 4th inning, but 2 of the walks came with 2 outs. So while the bases were loaded, he was able to work a quick force out at third and end that inning without any sort of issue. But he was dancing around the zone just a little bit. He was only able to use 68 pitches, though. Bowie probably could have stuck with someone else or kept with Armbruster instead of going to someone else in the 6th inning, but you can understand limitations this late in the season, why they might have wanted to bring out a fresh arm to go for the 6th inning. Unfortunately for the Baysox, though, that was the game that they had the 5-3 lead in the 9th and still lost when they allowed 5 runs. So it'll be on Armbruster to keep that precision, especially on the upper outside edge of the zone, but while he won't be facing off against many left-handers today, that's going to be the issue. As long as he can stay strong against or he won't be facing many right-handers, I should say. As long as he can stay strong against the left-handers and keep himself dominant when pitching them down and in, then he should be up for a good day. While Thomas Ponticelli goes for Akron today, Ponticelli has been a bullpen arm for most of the season and for most of his career, really, but he did spend a portion of the 2021 campaign in the Akron rotation. Now, he did make a couple of spot starts before joining the rotation full-time here over the last couple of months, one with the AAA club and then one when he returned to Akron. But as a reliever with Akron, he allowed only 1 run over 7 appearances. He was playing fine. But he's been in the rotation for just over about a month and a half now, and he's only been able to finish the 5th inning once. That's the thing. He sports an ERA of 6.12 as a starter. Bowie scored 3 runs against him in August in just 4 innings. So the Baysox and their perpetuity to run up pitch counts, extend at bats, and maybe get on base could be helpful today. It's just that same scenario where they can get guys on base. They need to drive them in. Over the last 7 games, the Baysox are batting under 100 with runners in scoring position. They need to get over that hump, and then they should be in for a good day. Speaking of today's starting pitching matchup, we got a good talk with Justin Armbruster the last time he faced Akron. He was able to fire a quality start against the Ducks and pick up a win, so we're going to replay that interview for you next. Just a little rewind of our last chat with Armbruster. After this, you're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Hey fans, do you know your mud hens from your trash pandas? Then play Minor League Rundown, the official free-to-play game of Minor League Baseball, and compete for tickets and game day experiences. Rundown is made for masters of ballpark trivia. Playing is free and easy on any mobile device. Just head on over to www.ballyplay.com to sign up and play. Return for each open round to vie for more prizes, including the grand prize to attend Championship Weekend in Las Vegas this October. It's never been this fun to get caught in a rundown.
Everyone deserves a great smile, and Rad Orthodontics is here to help you, Bowie Baysox fans. Rad Orthodontics accepts most insurance, and whether it's braces or Invisalign aligners, anyone can get the smile they've always wanted with our flexible payment options. With 2 of the country's leading orthodontists right here in the DC area, we love to see Baysox fans smile with confidence. So get that amazing smile you deserve. Visit radsmile.com today and book your free consult. That's radsmile.com for Rad Orthodontics, official smile provider of the Bowie Baysox.
From sprains to stitches, sore throats to stomach aches, and pulled muscles to poison ivy, care is around the corner at Patient First. Walk in to see a doctor from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day of the year. X-rays, lab tests, and prescription drugs are on site, and most major insurance plans are accepted. For routine illnesses and injuries, Patient First is here for you. Patient First, the name fits.
Patient First, proud partner of the Bowie Baysox, open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day.
We're checking back in on the DCA Imaging Systems pregame show, getting set for today's doubleheader between Bowie and Akron. Sitting down with last night's pitcher, Justin Armbruster. Picked up a big win, quality start for the Baysox. It was just really interesting to have Bowie not have a single quality start over the first 100-plus games of the season. And now with you and Garrett Stallings, it's happened in 2 of the last 3 games. Just what was working best for you last night?
For me, it was just filling up the zone. I mean, I've been working kind of all week on my slider, and I was just focusing on attacking the zone and trying to get the hitters uncomfortable. And we were getting some early swings, which kind of led to some fly balls and ground balls early, which led to low pitch count innings, which allowed me to go deep into the game.
Now, you've been a big swing and miss kind of guy this season, one of the best in the Orioles organization. Has that mostly been on your location, or you think it's more from your sliders or your other breaking stuff?
I would say it's a mixture of both. I mean, I like to move the ball around when I throw. I've kind of only ever had a fastball before this season, so I've kind of learned how to move it in, out, up, down. Yeah. And that's kind of a big thing for me, but the slider development this year has been huge too, so I mean, it's a little bit of a mixture of both.
But how about the defense last night? They were a big help, and Joey Ortiz and Connor Norby, that middle infield, they've always just been the shining star the past few days, it feels.
I like to say we have an MLB defense in Bowie. Some of those kids that stand behind me every day, they're superstars. I mean, Joey Ortiz, Colton Cowser, Connor Norby, like you said, I mean, they're all stars, let's be honest. Yeah. So it's really fun to pitch in front of them, and to have them behind me gives me all the confidence in the world.
As we continue with Justin Armbruster here on the pregame show, the rumblings were starting. I started to bring it up a little bit around the 5th inning, how you were working nearly flawlessly after just the leadoff walk and then face the minimum the rest of the way. The no-hitter, were you thinking about it too much into that 6th inning, or was it just, I'm going to keep going out, I'm going to keep throwing strikes and keep getting guys out quickly?
I mean, I was thinking about it. I heard a couple little kids in the stands yelling, break up the no-no, but, that's going to happen at this level, so it's okay. But, I mean, they got to me a little bit in the 6th inning, but, it's baseball, it's going to happen. But me and my pitching coach, our motto all day was just get the first out of every inning and let's see what happens. So that's kind of what we went with, and it rolled for 5 2/3 and got through the 6th, but it's all good in my end.
Yeah. What have you been catching from the bullpen the past few weeks? Because they've been on just about as big of a tear as you and the fellow starters have to help this team pick up so many big wins.
Honestly, I think we're just having a lot of fun. I mean, we all go out there with all the confidence in the world, and we just go out there and we think our better than the hitters in the box, and we kind of just go out there and have fun, and I think everybody's feeding off one another, and who can get better, like who goes out one day and does something and the next person tries to go out and do it better the next. So it's all about who can do it better, and I think we're having a lot of fun right now.
Any particular approach that Josh Conway has been bringing to the entire staff that you think has led to that big boost of energy and that high confidence level from the staff?
He just gives us so much confidence every day when we go out onto the field and tells us how good our is and how much better we honestly can be. And having that confidence behind us just allows us to go out there and have fun.
Yeah. As we continue on with Justin Armbruster here on the DCA Imaging Systems pregame show, I always like to ask, what do you think is going to be next for you? What do you want to approach in your next start? Do you think it's going to be more work on the slider?
I mean, I'm always working on every pitch. I mean, it's getting to that point in the season where I'm getting up there in innings, so the work between starts kind of tones down a little bit. But, I mean, I'll still get my work in between starts and have some fun. But I like to work on the slider, and I like to kind of keep attacking the zone because, as last night showed, it works. And let's keep going next week.
Yeah. How's your brother been doing? Plays at University of New Mexico as well. Is he doing a summer ball this season?
He actually worked with a trainer out in Arizona, and he has recently transferred to Arizona State University.
Oh, fantastic.
So he transferred in, and he actually just moved into a new apartment this week, and he'll start up next week sometime.
Oh, fantastic. Well, best of luck to him. And then a couple of final things that I do like to ask of the pitchers. The simple one, who do you think maybe has one of the nastiest pitches on staff from watching in the dugout of the bullpen?
I like watching Jensen Elliott throw a sinker, but I also like Connor Lopich throwing a slider.
Yeah.
So those are two pitches that I really like watching, and if I could have those two tools in my bag, it'd be nice, but pitching's not that easy.
Yeah. But it's always fun to watch from the other side.
It is always fun to watch, that is for sure.
And then as we wrap things up, I do always like to ask on these long road trips, especially a 2-week long road trip like this, sometimes a lot of guys will get in and binge a show. They have a long day at the ballpark, get back to the hotel and wrap up the evening, put on Netflix, Hulu, whatever the streaming service is. Has there been a show that you've been binging lately just to end the nights?
I'm not a huge show, but I am a movie guy. So I'm a kind of person that goes on, looks at the top 10 and picks one that looks interesting and always down for a new movie. But I mean, last night, Star Wars, my favorite series, Rise of Skywalker was on. And
I saw that. They were running the entire sequel trilogy, I think.
Yeah.
I saw The Last Jedi earlier and then Rise of Skywalker after that.
Yeah, so that's one of the original 6 is my favorite. Number 3, I would say, is my all-time favorite. But the new 3 that they come out over the last couple of years are really good. And I mean, it was just a cap to quite a great day.
Yeah, very nice showing. All right, Justin, thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, of course, and go Baysox.
That's Justin Armbruster here on the DCA Imaging Systems pregame show. We'll step aside. Be back in a bit. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Now is proud to partner with the Bowie Baysox and provide their pest control services. For all your residential and commercial pest control needs, call Pest Now. For general pest control, termite control, mosquito control, and all other pest control services, call Pest Now. You can reach us at 301-231-8300 or visit us online at www.pestnow.com.
Hey kids, the Baysox Futures Club is the best way to be a fan of the Baysox, and it's completely free for kids ages 3 through 12. Futures Club members get access to special members-only events, discount ticket offers, and free gifts for just signing up. Parents, head over to Baysox.com to sign up your kids, so don't miss out on all the promotions and giveaways at Prince George's Stadium this season and next. The Baysox Futures Club. Sign up now at Baysox.com.
Are you interested in beginning or expanding on a career in the pipe fitting, pipe welding, or HVAC service industry? Are you interested in a career path that will set you up for life without experiencing any college debt? If you are interested in these things and you live in the D.C. area, the Steamfitters UA Local 602 Apprenticeship Program is the best choice for you. For more information about our apprenticeship program and how to apply, please visit steamfitters-602.org. That's steamfitters-602.org.
Well, back to Canal Park one final time here on the DCA Imaging Systems pregame show. Matt Sabatas with you. As we're looking ahead at the starting lineups for both sides, Bowie and Akron for Game 2 of this 6-game series. Connor Norby's going to keep leading it off for the Baysox, as per usual, while Kobe Mayo, John Rhodes, and Daryl Hernaiz follow. Hudson Haskin will be batting 5th, while Cesar Prieto gets the day off. Andrew Dashbog will be 6th, and Toby Welk will be in left field. Welk back in after a day off yesterday. Zach Watson is moving back to center field after playing in left yesterday. He showed great range in left, just as he has over this entire second half in center field. Really all over the outfield. Watson's been great, and he's having a good September at the plate to boot. Maverick Hanley is going to be catching today. It was a late lineup change. Andres Angulo is going to be placed on the injured list, so Angulo is out of the lineup today, and Hanley will be taking the reins behind the dish. Two teams have taken the field, so we'll step aside when we return. It's first pitch and all the play-by-play. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Sky Shooter Displays by ZY Pyrotechnics will be lighting up the sky with top-of-the-line fireworks shows following Baysox games all season long. We will give you the best bang for your buck. Sky Shooter Displays include traditional shows, true pyro musicals, custom choreographed plays, and much more. The night sky is truly limitless, so don't be shy. Give ZY a try. Find out more by calling us at 570-328-1361 or visit us online, zypyrotechnics.com.
At DCA Imaging Systems, we provide a tenured team of office technology professionals ready to be your trusted advisors. From document creation, output devices, scanning and workflow, to document security and storage, we understand people print, not printers. Give DCA Imaging a call, 301-577-1021, or find out more about how we can help you. DCAimaging.com. DCA Imaging Systems, office technology made easy.
Fielder's Choice Flex Packs with the Bowie Baysox. The best value to see the best games at Prince George's Stadium. You could save up to 30% on your selected seat from day one and enjoy a number of exclusive member benefits, including flexible exchange options, discounts on suite rentals, special access to the Diamond View restaurant, and a free members collectible at your first home game of the year. Get your pack now by calling 301-464-4865 or heading online to baysox.com.
It's time for Bowie Baysox Baseball. The Baysox are the AA affiliate of the Baltimore Orioles. Coverage of the 2022 Bowie Baysox season is brought to you by Chesapeake Employers Insurance, DCA Imaging Systems, On the Green, Patient First, Royal Farms, Smile Doctors, and ZY Pyrotechnics. And now, live from the ballpark, it's time for Bowie Baysox Baseball.
We're ready to go from Canal Park here in Akron. It's Game 2 of this 6-game series between the Akron Rubber Ducks and your Bowie Baysox. So glad you're with us. Matt Sabatis with you from Akron, Ohio. And as Thomas Ponticelli gets on the mound and gets loose, the starting lineup for the Baysox that he'll face looks like this. Leading off at second base, you've got Connor Norby, followed by Kobe Mayo at third base, batting second. John Rhodes is in right field, batting third, while Daryl Hernaiz is the shortstop. He'll clean up. Hudson Haskin is the DH today. He bats fifth. Andrew Dashbach at first base bats sixth. Toby Welk is in left field, batting seventh. Zach Watson in center field, eighth. And Maverick Hanley will do the catching today. He's batting ninth. The Baysox are the AA affiliate of the Baltimore Orioles. They're managed by Kyle Moore, assisted by Brandon Becker, Josh Conway, Tim DeJohn, Billy Facto, and Chandler Geller. Galvin Christensen is the video coordinator. Lindsey Birchfield and Blake Wooten are the athletic trainers. Bowie is 65-68 on the season, a 2-game losing streak. They're 38-26 in the second half. And again, their lineup features Connor Norby, Kobe Mayo, John Rhodes, Daryl Hernaiz, Hudson Haskin, Andrew Dashbach, Toby Welk, Zach Watson, and Maverick Hanley, all to face off against right-handed pitcher Thomas Ponticelli on the mound. Canal Park here in Akron is 328 feet down the line to right field, 317 feet down the line to left field, 400 feet to straightaway center field, with that crooked-in little angle in right center field. The deepest part of center is slightly in left center at 400 feet, but there's just a hard cut in at a, I'd say, 45-degree angle out toward right center field. Straightaway center is not straightaway by any means. But as Norby gets ready to step into the box, he's hitting .291 this season with a .924 OPS, 12 doubles, 2 triples in 59 games. He's homered 15 times and driven in 59 runs. It'll be righty on righty to start. The Baysox do not put a left-hander in their lineup today. The only lefty on roster is Cesar Prieto, and he's got the day off at second base. As Norby digs in, Ponticelli comes set at the gut, staring blankly at third base. He looks in, kicks and fires the first pitch. It's a fastball, misses high, and we're underway at 6:47 p.m. on a 75-degree sunny day here in Akron, Ohio. 1-0 to start here on Connor Norby. As they've got a mild shift on in the infield, the 1-0 pitch is slapped the other way, deep out to right field. Noel running back, looking up at the wall, and this one is gone! Connor Norby says goodbye. His 16th home run of the season, and the Baysox jump out to an early 1-0 lead. Norby now leads the Eastern League with 7 home runs in the first inning of games. That's his second this season, where he's led off the game with a solo home run. A great shot the other way. And now Bowie, after being shut out last night, has opened the doors here in the first inning. Kobe Mayo will step in, a 243 average and a 714 OPS in 29 games. First pitch home is called a strike on the bottom edge of the zone. It's 0-1 to start. Oh, 1 pitch, and Mayo gives it a charge, but pops it up after getting too far under the ball. Over to the left side of the infield, Jose Tena makes the call. The shortstop makes the catch, and there's one away. Rest of the defense for Akron, you've got Jonathan Rodriguez, Julian Escobedo, and then Jankanzi Noel from left to right in the outfield. Daniel Schneemann is at third base. Jose Tena, as mentioned, at short. Angel Martinez at second. Mike Capriz at first. And Eric Rodriguez catches behind the plate for Thomas Ponticelli on the mound. And the first pitch into John Rhodes is belted into the air. Straightaway center field, not too deep. Running down Julian Escobedo. And it's going to be the second baseman. Angel Martinez backs up and makes the catch. So Bowie unable to get it past the infielders after Norby's leadoff home run. And after 3 quick pitches, there's already 2 away following the homer. Ponticelli has an opportunity for a fast frame despite the tough start. Umpiring crew for today's game sees Jen Powell, the crew chief, at third base. Zedek is at first base, and Kellen Martin calls the balls and strikes. As Daryl Hernay steps in, first pitch is swung on and missed low, and it's 0-1 to start. It's only a 120 average for Hernay so far this year, a 367 OPS in 12 games. The 0-1 pitch, and he watches it down and away, run the count even at a ball and a strike. 1 double and no triples for Hernay, 1 home run, 8 runs batted in. Thomas Ponticelli, a 6'1", 205-pound, 25-year-old right-hander from Phoenix, Arizona. He was selected in the 12th round of the 2018 draft by Cleveland out of the University of San Francisco. Next pitch is swung on and missed outside. A slider runs it to 1-2. Ponticelli is 2-4 this season with Akron, a 5.11 ERA in 21 games, but only 7 starts. The 1-2 pitch, and Hernay checks his swing and a slider outside. They'll appeal on it, but he held up, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ponticelli with 44 innings overall, 41 strikeouts, 20 walks. The homer to Norby was the 7th he had allowed this season. The 2-2 pitch, and Hernay gives the piece on it, top of the wood and back to the screen. Count stays even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Opponents are hitting Ponticelli at a 254 clip this year, and his numbers in a starting role have been a little tougher than his numbers when coming in as a reliever. The 2-2 pitch, and Hernay swings and misses on a low changeup for strike 3. So Ponticelli registers a perfect inning if you take away that leadoff home run from Connor Norby. On the second pitch of the game, Norby goes deep. And as we go to the bottom of the first, it's Bowie 1, Akron coming on up. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
When your commercial plumbing project calls for a job done safely and on time, then your job calls for the plumbers of Local 5 Washington, D.C. Local 5 will always deliver the most skilled and well-trained plumbing craftsmen in the DMV. If you're a contractor who needs safe jobs done well, you need the plumbers of Local 5 Washington, D.C. Start your partnership with them today. Visit local5plumbers.org. That's local5plumbers.org.
At Luminous Health, we want you to feel your best. This summer, take the time to catch up on your annual health screenings. Visit us at our Anne Arundel Medical Center, Doctors Community Medical Center, or one of our primary care offices in your neighborhood. At Luminous Health, you are the MVP. Learn more at luminoushealth.org.
Now the Baysox jump to an early 1-0 edge thanks to the bat of Connor Norby. A leadoff home run gives Bowie the lead, but it was only an 11-pitch inning for Thomas Ponticelli. He was still able to work quickly. As we go to the bottom of the first, Justin Armbruster will try to maintain that lead for Bowie. The starting lineup for the Rubber Ducks he'll face looks like this. Leading off at shortstop, you've got Jose Tena, followed by Angel Martinez at second base, batting second. John Kenzie Noel is in right field, batting third. Mike Capriz at first base, cleans up. Jonathan Rodriguez in left field, bats fifth. Daniel Schneemann at third base, sixth. Reynel Delgado is the DH, he'll bat seventh. Eric Rodriguez catches and bats eighth. Julian Escobedo is the center fielder, batting ninth. Akron is the AA affiliate of the Cleveland Guardians. They're managed by Ruglis Odor, assisted by Owen Dew, Junior Betances, Mike Mergenthaler, and Juan De La Cruz. Jacob Ligon is the athletic trainer. Akron is 77-56 on the season, 37-27 in the second half. And again, their lineup features Tena, Martinez, Noel, Prees, Rodriguez, Schneemann, Delgado, Rodriguez, Escobedo. All to face off against Justin Armbruster on the mound. As the left-hander Jose Tena digs in, Armbruster will be seeing plenty of left-handed batters in this game. 261 average and a 690 OPS for Tena. The first pitch to him is a fastball that misses up and inside. It's 1-0 to start. 122 games for Tena this season, 24 doubles, 6 triples, 10 homers, and 62 ribby. 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses down and away, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. But of the starting 9 for Akron today, only 3 of them are right-handed batters. There's 1 switch hitter and 5 left-handers. Here's the 2-0. Called a strike on a fastball upper outside corner. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Tena against right-handers this season has had his troubles. Only a 238 average against the righties. As the 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed, down and away. Maybe got a piece, but it's into the mid of the catcher, and it runs the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Light shift on for the lefty as the 2-2 pitch comes home. And it's belted out toward deep right center field. Watson running back to the warning track, to the wall, and there it goes. Tena has matched Norby. A game-tying leadoff home run in the first inning. And it's like we're back where we started. It's 1-1. Not a good start for the Baysox. Just after they'd gone so pitifully on yesterday's game, being shut out 3-0 on just 5 hits, to finally get something here in the start of this game and have it instantly eliminated on the first batter of the first inning. So now here's Angel Martinez as we're back to square one. Switch hitter bats lefty, of course, a 277 average and a 926 OPS in 19 games. They play him straight up on the infield. First pitch home. And it's up and away. Breaking ball starts the count out at 1-0. 6 doubles and 1 triple for Martinez. 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in this year. He went 1 for 3 yesterday as the 1-0 pitch. This is outside again. Both batters have started ahead. 2 balls and no strikes by Armbruster. Well, yesterday's start for Cade Povich was a little bit of a dance. As the 2-0 pitch is called a strike right down Broadway, 2-1. Povich was having a very tough time finding the strike zone early. Plenty of first pitch balls, plenty of 2-0 counts. As the next is called a strike in the lower inside corner, run the count even at 2 on Martinez. Povich was at 62 pitches yesterday after just 4 innings. His only saving grace was a 7-pitch third inning. He was still only able to toss 5. Bases empty, no one out, a 1-1 game in the first. The 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Got him with a curveball outside. Armbruster gets his first out of the day, a punch out. And let's tell you about the rest of the defense for Bowie. From left to right in the outfield, you've got Toby Welk, then Zach Watson and John Rhodes. Gobi Mayo is going to be at third base today, while Daryl Hernaiz is at shortstop. Connor Norby will be at second, Andrew Dashbach at first. And Maverick Hanley catches behind the plate. John Kenzie Noel digs in. First pitch misses down and away, just a little bit off speed, and it's 1-0 to start. All three batters have started ahead 1-0. Noel hitting .235 as the next pitch is an off-speed. Called for strike on the inside edge. It's 1-1. 821 OPS for John Kenzie Noel this season. 62 games, 13 doubles and 2 triples, 13 homers, 37 runs batted in. 1-1 pitch. Half swing and he got a piece. Fouled it off. Just a skim on a fastball outside. Noel just accidentally pushed it over to the right side, and the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. First time today that Armbruster has been ahead of a batter. As he comes set out of the stretch and fires the 1-2, it's lined deep to third and in for a base hit. Out to the corner, Noel will have an easy route for second base. Cruises around and steps on in safely. 1-out double, and you've got some early barrels from the Akron offense. Armbruster's going to need to be careful here as Noel picks up his 14th two-bagger of the season. So now here's Micah Prees. 267 average for Prees, an 826 OPS in 117 games. 28 doubles and 5 triples. 18 homers, 73 RBI. First pitch, and he hacks at it, loses the bat, it flies into the Baysox dugout. Kyle Moore went flailing out from the top step to avoid the swinging piece of lumber. It was a foul ball that got back to the screen, but my goodness, Prees needs some more pine tar. Oh, goodness. That was an impressive little dive, though, from Kyle Moore. He didn't actually go down, but hopped up from that step. Did that get someone sitting on the bench? We can't see fully. Oh, I think they've got computers there. Ooh, that's actually tough, too. We can't see because there is an awning in the way. But the count's 0-1 on Prees. Next pitch, and he watches down and inside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Already find it interesting, though, that Prees would be willing to go after the first pitch. I suppose after 3 first-pitch balls, you figure that the pitcher might attack the zone hard to try and break that little run. Prees obviously just didn't have enough of a handle on his bat to make good contact. 1-1. This one belted out toward left center field. Ranging on it, Watson. He looks to have it read, but Toby Welk will cut him off and make the catch. John Kenzie Noel doesn't really have the speed to try and tag the third base, so he takes a couple of steps, but wasn't much going from that. And there's 2 away. Baysox are in their all-gray road jerseys today. The orange block letter Bowie on the front side. Gray pants, black cap. Akron is in an alternate rubber duck yellow jersey today. It's got the word type Akron on the front side with the white pants and a baby blue cap. In steps Jonathan Rodriguez. First pitch home. And Rodriguez watches down and away. A check swing. He held up. It's 1-0 to start. 205 average for Rodriguez, a 646 OPS in 23 games, 7 doubles and a triple, 3 home runs, 13 runs batted in. One of only 3 right-handers in the lineup today for the Ducks. 1-0. Fouled off, just a piece to the right side on a fastball, and it's 1-1. Speaking of 1-1, that's the score. 2 sides trading leadoff home runs. Connor Norby going yard on just the second pitch of the game out toward right field. Jose Tena taking a 2-2 pitch deep to center field, hit it off the batter's eye. 1-1 to Rodriguez, misses high a fastball, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike here. After a strikeout from Armbruster against Martinez, John Kenzie Noel doubled on a 1-2 pitch, and this inning is extending a little bit for Armbruster. He's already up to 20 pitches. Meanwhile, Thomas Ponticelli only needed 11 for his first inning. 2-1 pitch. Misses high. Fastball runs the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. Surprisingly, though, this is just the first 3-ball count for Armbruster so far. Runner at second, 2 away. But a good hitter's opportunity here for Rodriguez, who's been a heavy pull hitter. They've got a shift on. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. He was really trying to pull that, but well too far ahead of the curveball. And the count runs full. Armbruster this season on full counts as opponents just 3 for 18. 10 strikeouts, but 11 walks. From his bent stance, he comes set up to the chin and drops to the waist. The 3-2 pitch to Rodriguez is swung on and lifted out toward deep center field again. Watson sprinting back, looking for the wall, meandering with the warning track. He leaps! Did he pull it down? He did! Zach Watson, an enchanting catch in center field. He's done it again. Saves a run from scoring and ends the first inning. Well, we're off to a great start here in Akron. A solo home run to lead off the first on both ends. As we go to the second, it's 1-1. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
If you own or operate a building or facility, or if you're a general contractor that is located or operates in the D.C. area, there is no doubt that it is important for you to have the best trained and most qualified people working for you. Members of Steamfitters UA Local 602 provide the highest level of HVAC, mechanical, and specialty piping services to the various customers we serve. For more information about the services we provide and for a list of companies you can hire, please visit steamfitters-602.org.
Baseball is a game of specialists. Base stealers, closers, cleanup hitters. Together, they help their team stand out from the rest. Specialists also help set Chesapeake Employers Insurance apart from other workers' compensation insurance companies. Our health services team includes orthopedic surgeons, nurse case managers, a physical therapist, and more, all to get your employee back to work, contain costs, and keep premiums down. That's teamwork. To learn more, connect with your agent or visit Chesapeake Employers at CEIWC.com.
A birthday bash with the Baysox is the best time at the ballpark. Bring your friends and family out to celebrate and be the star of the show. Dance on the dugout with Louie, play games in the stadium, introduce a batter in the game, and you'll even get to have the stadium sing for you. Baysox birthday parties, an unforgettable, one-of-a-kind experience at Prince George's Stadium. Book yours by calling 301-464-4880 or at baysox.com.
On to the second inning here in Akron is a 1-1 ball game, almost said scoreless game, but I mean, it's basically scoreless. Each side getting a leadoff home run. First pitch to Hudson Haskin, misses up and away, and it's 1-0 to start from Ponticelli. It'll be Haskin, Andrew Dashbach, and Toby Welk to bat as the 1-0 pitch is swung on and lifted deep out to the left field corner. This one's riding the line. It's going to be tough for Rodriguez. The umpire's watching it the whole way, and it's foul. Pretty high, pretty deep, a good charge, but Haskin pulled it just a little too much, and it runs the count even at a ball and a strike. 263 average and an 820 OPS for Haskin in 108 games this season. 23 doubles, 3 triples, 15 homers, 55 RBI. 1-1 pitch, and he watches inside a fastball, runs it to 2 balls and 1 strike. Haskin has a lot of times been a good 5-hole batter for the Baysox simply because of how well he does leading off innings. It's odd. But when you've got one runner that gets on in the first and then maybe the Baysox go down quietly like they just did, Haskin can lead off the inning. He'll lead off the second as he's doing here. The 2-1 pitch, and it's called a strike. Fastball just nicks the outside edge. It's 2-2. Haskin has 15 home runs this year. 9 of them have been when he is the first batter of an inning. That's a little bit more than just, random chance, I feel. 2-2. Just misses outside. That one looked to be similar to the previous pitch that was called a strike. Maybe just a little bit away. And it runs it full. Ponticelli's first full count. Opponents are only 130 against him on full counts. 13 strikeouts, 13 walks. 3-2. Haskin swings and misses on a breaking ball down. He's down on strikes. Back-to-back Ks for Ponticelli after he sent down Hernaiz to end the first inning. So now here's Andrew Dashbach. Dashbach's fallen back under 200 after slipping a little bit here in September, but still hitting 300 in the month. He's 199 on the season with a 701 OPS in 98 games. First pitch, and he swings and misses on a curveball outside. It's 0-1 to start. 11 doubles and no triples for Dashbach in 98 games. 14 homers, 44 RBI, the 0-1. down and away, and it runs the count even at a ball and a strike. Dashbach has had an interesting jump in just about all of his numbers this season. And the rate at which they're happening, too, is increasing, which makes it doubly impressive. The 1-1 is fouled off. Over to the right side, and the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Because as Dashbach is having his best month of the year, really since the start of that 10-game hit streak, he's hitting .310. But he's walked more this year and struck out more this year, incredibly enough, in fewer games as the 1-2 pitch misses outside. Run the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1-1 game here in the top of the second inning. Each team getting a home run from the first batter of the first. 2-2. Dashbach watches it down and away. Back-to-back full counts from Ponticelli after only needing 11 pitches for that first inning. Dashbach has seen the most full counts on the team, of course. Strikes out in nearly half of them, walks in about 40%. The 3-2 is lifted deep out to right field, however. Noel running back to the short porch, up against the wall, and there it goes! Andrew Dashbach says goodbye. His 15th home run of the season, and we've got a power-pack game so far. It's 2-1 Bowie. That's his first home run on a full count this year, out of his 15. Second of the day against Thomas Ponticelli from the Baysox, not from Dashbach specifically, but Bowie is finally starting to wake up. You know what I think it might have been? The Baysox hadn't been able to take batting practice in a few days. Tough weather around Bowie made it a little bit difficult. They didn't do it on Saturday. It was a long homestand against Richmond as Toby Welk digs in. First pitch misses outside. It's 1-0 to start. They obviously didn't do it on Sunday because it was a day game. They couldn't do anything on Monday because they were traveling as the 1-0 pitch misses down and away again. It's 2 balls and no strikes on Welk, who's .234 with a .694 OPS this season in 35 games. And then they couldn't do it on Tuesday, of course, because that was the 11:05 game. You're not taking BP in an 11:05 game, the 2-0 pitch. And Welk lines it to left center field. A good run and a scoop by Jonathan Rodriguez. He made that catch. Wow. Rodriguez thought about diving, but he thought it was slicing away from him. When he realized that the ball was staying in his path, he just stuck his glove down near his ankle and pulled it in. Very peculiar decision-making there, but if you make the catch, you make the catch. I suppose you shouldn't be upset. But there's 2 away, and now here's Zach Watson. So Bowie leads 2-1 here in the top of the second inning now. First pitch to Watson is belted out to deep center field. Escobedo running back, looking for the wall. Up against the wall. He hops up, and it's off the top of his glove. Watson rounds second. He's headed to third. The right fielder thought it was a home run, but Watson gets into third base standing, and he'll stop there. A 2-out triple for Zach Watson, his 3rd of the season. John Kenzie Noel just saw the ball on the ground and picked it up casually, held it in his hand for at least a second or two. That's not that much, but when you've got a runner sprinting around the bases, well, that's a lot. I'm not sure it might have been the difference between second and third for Watson, but it might have been the difference between him sliding and standing. And Bowie has another runner now at third base. First pitch to Maverick Handley is bounced to short, though, should end the inning. As Tana Scoops charges the throw to first. It's a little bit offline, but still pulled in. Micah Prees is able to receive, and the inning is over. Bowie gets another run on the board, another home run on the board, as Andrew Dashbach goes deep for the 15th time. It's 2-1 Bowie as we move to the bottom of the second. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
On the Green Incorporated is your lawn care team, providing professional organic-based lawn care programs for residential and commercial lawns. Our lawn care programs provide ballpark quality results. Each service is custom tailored with guaranteed results for even the toughest lawns. On the Green also offers outdoor pest control services. Mosquitoes, ants, ticks, and more. Safely and effectively control insects and enjoy the outdoors this summer with On the Green Incorporated. Go to onthegreeninc.com.
Sky Shooter Displays by ZY Pyrotechnics will be lighting up the sky with top-of-the-line fireworks shows following Baysox games all season long. We will give you the best bang for your buck. Sky Shooter Displays include traditional shows, true pyro musicals, custom choreographed plays, and much more. The night sky is truly limitless, so don't be shy. Give ZY a try. Find out more by calling us at 570-328-1361 or visit us online, zypyrotechnics.com.
Get the best deals at Prince George's Stadium with weekly promotions all season. Tuesdays are Military Appreciation Night. Purchase a box seat at the ticket office with a proof of service and you'll only pay half price. Bring along your furry friend on Woof Wednesday, and it's the best happy hour around every Thursday from 5 to 6:30. $2 Bud and Bud Light drafts with other beer specials throughout the year, and live music to get your night started. It's always a great time at the ballpark, so get your tickets now at Baysox.com.
Well, Bowie is back on the board. Another solo home run, this one by Andrew Dashbach. Gives the Baysox the lead again. Let's see if we get a home run in the bottom of the inning coming from Akron. But as Justin Armbruster gets back to work for the Baysox, he'll face off against 6, 7, and 8 for the Ducks here. First pitch in to Daniel Schneemann, and the left-hander watches a called strike on an outside fastball, 0-1. Armbruster had a tough time with those first pitch balls back in the first inning. He gave a first pitch ball to 4 of the 5 batters he saw, as the 0-1 pitch here is fouled off back to the screen, but it's the first time today he's ahead on a batter, 0-2. But one of the points that I had brought up in yesterday's game is that there was not a single point all game where Cade Povich was ahead on a batter, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch here misses up and away, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. And it led to Povich just constantly working from behind, dancing around base runners. He did only walk 2 batters, but just about everyone that got on base got to scoring position. The 1-2, swing in just a piece in on the hands, and it looks like Schneemann might have fouled the ball off of himself. Drops to a knee briefly, and he gets back up. Mild shift on for the lefty, who's hitting .205 with a .585 OPS in 108 games. And time is called. Schneemann asked for it. Hopefully an umpire just kind of stares at him after he called it, but hey, what does it matter? Next pitch. This is down, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Schneemann. 11 doubles and 2 triples for the lefty. 6 homers, 38 runs batted in. As Armbruster sets, 2-2. Breaking ball, bounce it high to first, and it's fair. Picked in fair territory by Dashbach, and he'll underhand to the sprinting Armbruster. It gets there in time, and Armbruster takes a long toss out to second base to start the ball around the horn, and there's one away. 3-1 put out, and now here's Reynel Delgado. .217 average for the lefty Delgado, a .626 OPS in 61 games. 6 doubles, 2 triples, 2 homers, 27 runs batted in. First pitch home, and he gets a piece. Back to the screen on a high fastball. Back-to-back 0-1 starts for Armbruster. That's what you want to see from the starter. He'd been the most reliable starter for the Baysox here in the second half, and that really continued back in Bowie when he faced off against Richmond. The 0-1. Fouled off again. Nice curveball high, and it's 0-2. He only allowed 1 hit in his start against the Squirrels. It was a solo home run to Tristan Peters. He finished 5 innings, Armbruster, and he should have picked up the win. As the 0-2 is just outside. Hanley tried to frame it, a ball and 2 strikes. But the operative word there was should have. He should have picked up the win. Problem was that when Bowie led 5-3 in the 9th inning, they gave up 5 runs. The 1-2 pitch. Lifted foul, left side out of play, count stays. Bowie lost that game 8-6, and that was really what you could describe as one of the low points for the Baysox, as they've found themselves now just seriously tumbling and currently out of playoff contention. They've been out of playoff contention for a few days over the last couple of weeks as the 1-2 was fouled off back behind the screen. Hits off of the sweet level, and the count stays at a ball and 2 strikes. And you can't say, oh, well, but they've been in first place, blah, blah, blah. They've been tied for first place, the Baysox. And the entire time they've been tied, they don't hold the tiebreakers. Another 1-2. Just misses inside. Change up, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, over that entire week spent fighting with Richmond, Bowie was tied for first place in 5 of the 6 games. So you could essentially say they were in second place that entire time. 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Sinker down and inside. Second strikeout for Armbruster. 2 up, 2 down here to start the second inning. So Bowie has only been, over their last 2 weeks, in first place for a grand total of 5 days. Other than that, they've been in second. It's that simple. Here's Eric Rodriguez, number 8 batter. First pitch, right-hander, swings and misses on a high fastball. It's 0-1 to start. 193 average for Rodriguez, a 534 OPS in 48 games played. 6 doubles, no triples, 2 homers, 12 RBI. Here's the next. Slider called for strike in the lower outside corner. It's 0-2. Armbruster really running back into it. After giving up that home run and double against just the first 3 batters he saw, he's retired 4 straight. Has a 5th straight out on the ropes. Bases empty, 2 away. Bowie leads 2-1 in the bottom of the second. The 0-2 pitch. Slider down and away. Rodriguez thought about it, but he thought better of himself as the ball was coming through. Run the count to a ball and 2 strikes now as Armbruster is already up to 38 pitches. 1-2. Fastball down and inside. That's 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Next offering from Armbruster. Misses down and away and bounces away. Hanley was set to chase it. Had Rodriguez swung at it, but he didn't, so no need to give it too much of a run. But now it runs full. Second full count of the day for Armbruster, wanting to avoid prolonging this inning. Payoff pitch is lined out toward left field. Welk charging. He actually overran it for a second. Has to hop at the last second. Bunny hop helps, and he makes the catch. The inning is over. Nearly got a bit scary there. 3 up, 3 down for Armbruster as we go to the third. Bowie leads 2-1. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Get your gear and memorabilia from your favorite Baysox players and future stars of the Baltimore Orioles at the Tackle Box Team Store. Jerseys, hats, autographed bats and balls, all at great prices. Located right at the main gate at Prince George's Stadium and online at BaysoxShop.com, the Tackle Box is the only place to get the best Baysox gear for you and your favorite fan. It's the Tackle Box at Prince George's Stadium and at BaysoxShop.com.
At DCA Imaging Systems, we provide a tenured team of office technology professionals ready to be your trusted advisors. From document creation, output devices, scanning and workflow, to document security and storage, we understand people print, not printers. Give DCA Imaging a call, 301-577-1021, or find out more about how we can help you. DCAimaging.com. DCA Imaging Systems, office technology made easy.
It takes time to get rich, flavorful coffee beans from the lush mountain regions of Colombia and Brazil to Royal Farms. But less than a minute to get yourself a delicious hot cup of the finest and freshest coffee in the world. Because Royal Farms' new Swiss-made coffee machines grind those rich, flavorful coffee beans and brew them one magnificent cup at a time. It's why Royal Farms makes the freshest and best coffee in the world. Real fresh, real fast. Royal Farms.
On to the third inning here in Akron as the Baysox lead 2-1. Thomas Ponticelli back to work. Much longer second inning for him. The Baysox got a couple of good barrels on balls. A solo home run by Andrew Dashbach and a 2-out triple by Zach Watson. Top of the lineup set to bat. And the first pitch to Connor Norby is a slider called for strike on the outside edge. It's 0-1. Norby took the second pitch of the game out to right field for a solo blast. 16th homer of the season, the 0-1. This is down and inside, a breaking ball. Run the count even at a ball and a strike. They've got him playing very deep on the infield, pretty deep on the outfield as well. As the 1-1. is swung on and missed. That was a half-hearted toss at the ball there by Norby. On the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a poke just off of the plate and bounces back to the screen. Norby was too far behind it. And it keeps the count at a ball and 2 strikes here. Well, this is my least favorite time of the year. Not only is baseball season winding down, that gives me a lot less work to do, and a lot less of the fun part of the work to do. As another 1-2 misses outside, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. My anatomy is messed up. And when the temperatures start to fluctuate as they do around now and April and May, oh boy, the 2-2. Down and away from behind a ball and 2 strikes. Norby has run it full. My nose just does not like to really exist. The 3-2, and Norby lines it to left field for a base hit. Over the infielder's head and near the corner, but Rodriguez will cut it off. Left fielder keeps it from becoming a double. It'll just be a single for Norby. Already a 2-hit day just here in the 3rd inning. A leadoff base hit for Connor, and now Gobi Mayo will bat. Yeah, so apparently my nose is just so sad about the changing temperatures that, I tell you, it just leaks water. It's not even anything troublesome, just water. First pitch to Mayo. It's called a strike in the top half of the zone. It's 0-1. So it is a hassle, especially when, my job consists of talking for 3 straight hours. 0-1 pitch, and Mayo watches down and away. Breaking ball runs the count even at a ball and a strike. Mayo popped out to the shortstop on an 0-1 pitch back in the 1st inning. Runner at first, no one out here in the top of the 3rd. As Bowie leads 2-1, solo home runs have done all of the scoring in today's game. 1-1 pitch from Ponticelli, and Mayo swings hard through a fastball outside. It's a ball and 2 strikes now. Well, now that Bowie has a lead, I feel like they'd be well set in attempting a couple of stolen bases. Eric Rodriguez does have a slightly better arm than Brian Lavastida, but he's only caught 10 of 47, the 1-2, and Mayo swings and misses again. Slider too far down and away. Ponticelli really didn't feed him anything on the zone in that plate appearance, and Mayo strikes out swinging. 3rd punch out for Ponticelli, 1 away here in the 3rd. Again, the problem for Bowie right now especially is their lack of lefties on roster. That necessarily doesn't mean much, but it does help those little extra bits. You can take a slightly larger lead with a lefty in the box. First pitch to John Rhodes, misses outside a breaking ball, and it's 1-0 to start. Rhodes popped out to second base back in the 1st inning. But you'd think maybe with all this off-speed stuff that Ponticelli is sending to the outside, Norby would have a chance. The 1-0. Slider too far away, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. But again, Bowie has not been a big fan of running into outs this season. That's why they have the fewest stolen bases in the league. 2-0 pitch is called a strike. In the lower inside corner, it's 2-1. But when you've got Norby, who's 10 for 12 in stolen base attempts, Rodriguez, who's only caught 10 of 47 attempts this season, and you're nursing a 1-run lead, maybe add to it. The 2-1. Slider down and away. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, you definitely don't run here. But you get the point I'm trying to make is go by the book, and when it says steal, maybe try for it. Ponticelli holds for quite some time and attempts the pickoff back to first, but Norby slides in and doesn't even receive a tag. We'll wait on the hitter's count offering to Rhodes, who's riding a 4-game hit streak. He's been on a good run right now. Just hasn't been able to get into every game. 3-1, Norby does take off, and it's lifted out towards shallow right. Noel will camp. Norby will have to head back, and Noel makes the catch. So, I feel like that's been happening a lot, too. While Bowie may avoid running themselves into outs a lot, the few times they actually have tried, pretty much since the start of the Richmond series, the instant they try, if it's a hit and run, what have you, instant fly out. A lot of times. It's odd. Here's Daryl Hernaiz. First pitch bounces in, and it's lost. Rodriguez didn't see it between his legs. Norby takes off, and he gets there in time. Rodriguez just found it as Norby was about halfway up to second base and was able to fire it, but Martinez couldn't get the tag there in time. That'll probably go down, could go down as a passed ball, or I would imagine just an advancement. But either way, Norby's in scoring position as the count starts out at 1-0 on Hernaiz. But again, this is where it would have been nice had Bowie maybe gotten that back when Mayo was at the plate. Next pitch is bounced to short, should end the inning. Dana Gloves charges a throw to first, and it's there in time. Bowie gets a runner into scoring position, but they continue to struggle. They're 0 for 9 this series with runners in scoring position, including today. Bottom of the third coming up. Bowie leads 2-1. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Get the best deals at Prince George's Stadium with weekly promotions all season. Tuesdays are Military Appreciation Night. Purchase a box seat at the ticket office with a proof of service, and you'll only pay half price. Bring along your furry friend on Woof Wednesday, and it's the best happy hour around every Thursday from 5 to 6:30. $2 Bud and Bud Light drafts with other beer specials throughout the year, and live music to get your night started. It's always a great time at the ballpark, so get your tickets now at Baysox.com.
Most people don't know what a steam fitter is. More importantly, what we do and how much it impacts you. Just take a moment to think about what your world would look like if you didn't have the ability to generate electricity, to have heating or air conditioning, microchip production, internet service, web-based storage, cellular service, and frozen or refrigerated produce. Could you imagine? And these are just some of the things that we impact. Please visit steamfitters-602.org and let's talk about how we can bring value to you.
Pest Now is proud to partner with the Bowie Baysox and provide their pest control services. For all your residential and commercial pest control needs, call Pest Now. For general pest control, termite control, mosquito control, and all other pest control services, call Pest Now. You can reach us at 301-231-8300 or visit us online at www.pestnow.com.
Bottom of the third here in Akron. A 2-1 Bowie lead as the Baysox got another runner into scoring position in the top of the third, but came up empty. First pitch home to Julian Escobedo, misses high, a fastball, and it's 1-0 to start. 9-1-2 set to bat for the Rubber Ducks in this half inning with Escobedo, then Jose Tena and Angel Martinez, as the next pitch in from Justin Armbruster misses outside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. 212 average for Escobedo this season, a 616 OPS in 113 games. 16 doubles, 2 triples. The 2-0 pitch to him is called a strike. Just nicked the outside edge of the zone over to the left-hander, and it's 2-1. 5 homers for Escobedo. 37 runs batted in. He's drawn some good walks against the Baysox this season. 2-1. Bounced up the first baseline, but just a little too foul. On the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Armbruster comes sets with a pull on here. The 2-2 is again pulled, but still foul. Hard grounder up the line this time. And it keeps the count the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Armbruster is approaching already 50 pitches with only 6 outs recorded. As he comes set at the chin here and fires the 2-2. Pop foul behind home plate. That one nearly gets him the press box, but just misses. Count stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another 2-2. Just outside a fastball. Run the count full. It's the 3rd straight full count for Armbruster. Having that happen on the first trip through the order can be a bit dicey. We'll make sure that can get cleaned up. Payoff pitch. Bounce to first, this time fair. Scooped up on a slow dribbler by Dashbach. He'll wave off Armbruster and take it to the bag himself. One gone. So Armbruster only 2 hits, 2 base runners, just a home run allowed on his first trip through the order. Jose Tena back into the lineup. Or back to bat from the top of the lineup. He had the solo home run on a 2-2 pitch to start the first inning. First pitch here, breaking ball that misses low. It's 1-0 to start. Armbruster already up to 51 pitches. Remember, he just needed 68 pitches for 5 innings of 1-run ball in his last outing. Next offering misses inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Not too much wind this evening at Canal Park. The 2-0 is bounced back to the mound and speared by an outstretched Armbruster. He jogs over to first and underhands it to Dashbach. A 1-3 putout on a hard bouncer that really only took 1 hop, but Armbruster did have to extend that glove hand out of his follow-through and was just able to get the glove there. 2 away, and now here's Angel Martinez. Two-one Bowie here in the bottom of the third. Solo home runs for both teams so far. First pitch into switch hitting Martinez is called a strike. Fastball on the outside edge of the zone. It's 0-1. Martinez struck out swinging on a 2-2 pitch back in the first inning. So next pitch to him here is called a strike on the outside edge of the zone. Making 0-2 thanks to that changeup. Well, Armbruster's already bent over at the waist, ball in hand behind the waist, just staring at Martinez to get into the box. He finally does, and Armbruster uprights and sets. The 0-2 pitch is lifted foul, out to left field, and the count stays at 0-2. Armbruster resets quickly. Fires another 0-2, and it's bounced to first again, but Dashbach hesitated on it. It froze him and ran right past him into right field for a base hit. Martinez has hits in 3 consecutive games now. The inning extends after Armbruster was 1 strike away from ending it. Giankinsey Noel will try and do something with that runner on base, a potential tying run. Noel had the double to the left field corner back in the first inning. Did that with only 1 out, but Armbruster was able to strand him there thanks to 2 weak flyouts. First pitch. Noel watches an off-speed. Slider moves its way back into the zone for a called strike. 0-1 to open. Runner at first, 2 away here in the bottom of the third. 0-1 pitch, and Noel gets brushed off inside. Fastball nearly got the tricep. We're in the count even at a ball and a strike. But Noel's a big guy. He could probably take a lot of damage. Still fortunate that he got out of the way of it. 1-1. Fouled off. He went chasing on a breaking ball down and away. It's a ball and 2 strikes now. You can tell Noel puts a lot of power into that back foot of his. Always onto the balls of his feet on the front foot. Does a couple of little steps as the pitcher starts his motions. And a pickoff throw to first is late. Got the tag there, but Martinez wasn't too far off the bag. Slid in time without an issue. Only 3 attempts for Martinez this season. He's been caught once. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses down and away. Hanley really had to move to get in front of it. Make it 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is where Armbruster is running into a little bit of a problem today. It's not an issue yet because Bowie, of course, still leads 2-1, but he's working ahead 0-2 on plenty of batters and hasn't been able to get them out too quickly. 2-2 pitch. Too far down and away. Runs the count full. I mean, it's happened on back-to-back batters now. Martinez was behind, no balls and 2 strikes, fouled off a couple. Granted, Noel was at a ball and 2 strikes, but Armbruster was in command of this whole plate appearance. And now it's full. Payoff pitch, runner goes, and it's inside for called ball. So Armbruster's twice been 1 strike away from ending the inning, but instead now it's tying run in scoring position for Mike Capriz. First walk given up by Armbruster. It's going to lead to a mound visit. John Kenzie Noel has been getting better with his strike zone discipline lately. His walk rate here in September is double his overall walk rate on the season. So he's really been improving. But it is going to lead to a mound visit, as mentioned. Taking a look around the Eastern League as Erie has a 1-0 advantage over Richmond right now. They're just done with 4 innings down at the Diamond. Of course, if Bowie wants to still have their hopes high for the playoffs, they need every game of that series to go in Richmond's favor. Not every game, but every game would be nice. Richmond is only got 2 hits in that one so far. Portland is in the midst of a 3rd inning that sees them taking the lead over Somerset. It's 2-1 after they trailed 1-0. Altoona leads Reading 3-0 in the 6th. Doubleheader between Binghamton and Hartford after a rainout yesterday. Hartford wrapped up Game 1 with a 6-2 win. Game 2 is coming up soon. And Harrisburg leads New Hampshire 3-1 in the bottom of the 4th. But we're back to action here as Mike Capriz digs in. Left-hander flew out to left field in the 1st inning. Runners at 1st and 2nd with 2 away. First pitch, and Preez watches a fastball right down Broadway. It's 0-1 to start. Armbruster's fired a first pitch strike to the last 3 batters. Shift on, the 0-1 pitch is bounced to first, and Dashbach dives to grab it. Pulls it out from the corner, sprints to the bag, and gets there to beat out Preez and end the inning. Well, after freezing on Martinez's single to his hand side 2 batters earlier, Dashbach dives on the glove side to take away an RBI extra base hit and keep Bowie on top. We go to the 4th inning here at Canal Park. Bowie 2, Akron 1. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
On the Green Incorporated is your lawn care team, providing professional organic-based lawn care programs for residential and commercial lawns. Our lawn care programs provide ballpark quality results. Each service is custom tailored with guaranteed results for even the toughest lawns. On the Green also offers outdoor pest control services. Mosquitoes, ants, ticks, and more. Safely and effectively control insects and enjoy the outdoors this summer with On the Green Incorporated. Go to onthegreeninc.com.
Baseball is a game of specialists. Base stealers, closers, cleanup hitters. Together, they help their team stand out from the rest. Specialists also help set Chesapeake Employers Insurance apart from other workers' compensation insurance companies. Our health services team includes orthopedic surgeons, nurse case managers, a physical therapist, and more, all to get your employee back to work, contain costs, and keep premiums down. That's teamwork. To learn more, connect with your agent or visit Chesapeake Employers at CEIWC.com.
The best way to take in a Baysox game is with a group outing at Prince George's Stadium. Everything from entertaining clients to birthday parties and even fundraising opportunities for your team, the Baysox offer plenty of options for your group at unbeatable rates with plenty of options on suites, seats, and decks around the ballpark. Your group can eat their fill and have an unforgettable time. Find out more and schedule your group outing by calling 301-464-4880 or going to Baysox.com.
On to the 4th inning here in Akron, a 2-1 Bowie lead. Hudson Haskin leads off once again. He struck out swinging in the 2nd last time he led off, while Thomas Ponticelli gets back to work. First pitch, and Haskin swings and misses. It'll be Haskin, then Andrew Dashbach, and Toby Welk to bat. First base is playing in on the baseline. I've never seen Haskin attempt to, well, I guess I have a couple of times, but he rarely tries the bunt attempts unless he's in a slump. The 0-1 pitch is popped foul behind home plate, gets out of play. It's 0-2, and Haskin isn't really in a slump right now. I suppose here in the month of September, he is hitting a little bit under his average, but it's really only when he's on a multi-game hitless streak, and that's not the case right now. He had a hit 2 days ago. 0-2 pitch. Misses high, a fastball, and it's a ball and 2 strikes on Haskin. But again, Bowie leads 2-1, solo home runs all around. Connor Norby and Jose Tena each hit solo bombs to lead off the first inning, both ends of the inning. 1-2 pitch, and Haskin bounces it deep in the hole to third and through the small gap in the 5.5 hole. Left field, a base hit. Leadoff single for Haskin. He's one of the best leadoff batters for the Baysox this season. His average is nearly 300 when he's the first batter of an inning. So now 3 of the 4 innings played, Bowie has gotten the first batter of the inning on base. They just need to bring him home. Connor Norby led off the first inning with a single and got stranded at second base. So now here's Andrew Dashbach, had the solo home run in the second on a full count. First pitch. And Dashbach muscles it to center field, sends Escobedo turning back, but after a small jog, he doesn't actually go too far, camps and makes the catch. More of a line drive than a fly out, but Dashbach is gone after just 1 pitch. So now here's Welk. Toby got a good line drive on a 2-0 count in the second, but it took a generous pull toward the left fielder, and Jonathan Rodriguez was able to make a good catch. First pitch home, and Welk watches down and away. 1-0 to start. Well, my point may be a bit renewed with Hudson Haskin on base. Bowie is getting some of their faster base runners on base today. Between Norby, Haskin, Watson. The 1-0 pitch. And Welk lines it to left field. That's down for a base hit into the corner. Hit and run would have been nice there, as Haskin's going to go to third. He gets the stop sign. But it's a double for Toby Welk, his 10th of the season. And Bowie is in desperate need to break out of their hitless slump with runners in scoring position this series. A massive chance with 2 in scoring position and only 1 out. Here's Zach Watson, who tripled back in the second inning. Just missed a home run, probably by inches, out to the shorter portion of center field. The infield will play in with only 1 out here in the top of the 4th. If Watson can get it out of the infield, that will be more than enough for the speedy Haskin to score. First pitch, and Watson watches a called strike. Fastball nicks the lower outside corner. It's 0-1. Well, the timing might be working out well for Bowie today, and they just need Justin Armbruster to continue what's been a good day. See if he can maybe get through 5 innings. As the 0-1 pitch is lifted out toward right field, sends Noel backing up. This will be deep enough to score the run. Up against the warning track, Noel makes the catch, and he's going to fire to third to try and get the tailing runner, but the throw gets nowhere. A sacrifice fly for Zach Watson, and Bowie adds insurance. They lead 3-1. And Toby Welk, he has some wheels too. We've just not really gotten the chance to see them much this season, considering he's only been in 35 games because of his injury. And considering that his injury was his knee, and obviously hampered a little bit. But an RBI for Watson, his 30th of the season. And now here's Maverick Hanley with a runner at third, 2 away. First pitch, he swings and misses. Fastball, maybe a bit regrettably, was in the other batter's box. It's 0-1 to start. Hanley grounded out to the shortstop on the first pitch he saw. Back in the second inning. As Bowie leads 3-1 now here in the top of the 4th. Next pitch. And Hanley gets a sawed-off piece on the handle, pops it to first base. Micah Prees danced around it a little bit, but he makes the catch. Wasn't too hard. Bowie still comes up empty in terms of base hits with runners in scoring position, but they at least get a sacrifice fly. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Bowie leads 3-1. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
At DCA Imaging Systems, we provide a tenured team of office technology professionals ready to be your trusted advisors. From document creation, output devices, scanning and workflow, to document security and storage, we understand people print, not printers. Give DCA Imaging a call, 301-577-1021, or find out more about how we can help you. DCAimaging.com. DCA Imaging Systems, office technology made easy.
Hey fans, do you know your mud hens from your trash pandas? Then play Minor League Rundown, the official free-to-play game of Minor League Baseball, and compete for tickets and game day experiences. Rundown is made for masters of ballpark trivia. Playing is free and easy on any mobile device. Just head on over to www.ballyplay.com to sign up and play. Return for each open round to vie for more prizes, including the grand prize to attend Championship Weekend in Las Vegas this October. It's never been this fun to get caught in a rundown.
Sky Shooter Displays by ZY Pyrotechnics will be lighting up the sky with top-of-the-line fireworks shows following Baysox games all season long. We will give you the best bang for your buck. Sky Shooter Displays include traditional shows, true pyro musicals, custom choreographed plays, and much more. The night sky is truly limitless, so don't be shy. Give ZY a try. Find out more by calling us at 570-328-1361 or visit us online, zypyrotechnics.com.
Bottom of the fourth inning here in Akron. 3-1 Bowie lead. Justin Armbruster has been able to nurse it so far, but not without a couple of long innings. He'll face off against 5, 6, and 7 in the lineup here. And the first pitch home to Jonathan Engelman misses high. It's 1-0 to start. Armbruster needed 23 pitches in the first, 19 pitches in the second, and then 23 pitches again in the third. He's been aching for a short frame. The 1-0 fouled off back to the screen, and it's a ball and a strike now. Because he's already up to 67 pitches when you include this 1-1 count. He only needed 68 pitches for 5 innings in his last start. 1-1 offering. And it swung on and missed. Fastball outside. Rodriguez tried to give something, but came up just a little bit too early. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Rodriguez flew out to center field. Back in the first inning, that ended the frame. After him, it'll be Schneemann, then Delgado. 1-2 pitch. Popped foul again. Gets to the netting, and the count stays. I brought it up back in the third inning. Armbruster has been lacking a good put down so far. Needing that third strike, or at least something to end the plate appearance after getting ahead 2 strikes. And time called by the batter. Happened on back-to-back batters in that third inning. Angel Martinez was behind no balls and 2 strikes, eventually singled. Junkenzie Noel was behind 1 ball and 2 strikes, eventually walked. 1-2 pitch again. Popped up on the infield right side, but Norby doesn't see it. Dashbach has to sprint over, and he covers the ground. Oh, that was close. There have been some issues at this ballpark since they installed a new lighting system. They'd switched over from the traditional stadium lights that you see at older ballparks like Prince George's Stadium or at UPMC Park in Erie, and they've added those new state-of-the-art LED lights. They just flick on, and they can flick off and go through fun little routines in which they flash irregularly. As Daniel Schneemann steps in, first pitch misses low. It's 1-0 to start. But I've heard of players complaining that the lights at this ballpark specifically are angled almost too low. So when a ball gets up in the air in the night sky, it's hard to see. Here's a fly ball to left field. Welk runs down, and he makes the catch after only about 5 steps. He had no issue finding the ball there, and fortunately, there's 2 quick outs for Armbruster. There was a point, too, and I think it might still be that way, at least from my first glance out at center field. The way that center field is designed at this ballpark, it angles back pretty hard in straightaway center field, and there's a small little triangle area that used to be not lit at all. First pitch to Reynel Delgado misses high. 1-0 to start. All 3 batters in this inning have started ahead, 1 ball and no strikes. But I think they might have rectified that little no man's land deep in the corner in center field. The 1-0 pitch. Called a strike on the outside edge. It's 1-1. As Bowie leads 3-1 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 solo home runs for the Baysox. A sacrifice fly for Zach Watson in the 4th. And Armbruster is trying to finish out this 4th. It'd be his first perfect inning since the 2nd. 1-1. Misses low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Even with Armbruster's perfect 2nd inning, again, he still needed 19 pitches to do it. And it's not been the fastest day for Armbruster on the mound. 2-1 pitch. And Delgado watches up and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. First 3-ball count for Armbruster since he walked Noel with 2 outs in the third. So they've got a shift on for Delgado. Armbruster quickly sets. Fires the next. Line deep out to right field. Rhodes sprinting back, but he's got no chance. There it goes. Solo home run for Reynel Delgado, and Akron is an inch closer. It's 3-2 Bowie. Second home run allowed by Armbruster today, and just as I was mentioning those LED lights, they've started their show, just going in a circle around the ballpark, flicking off and flicking on. Third of the season for Delgado in 62 games. Not necessarily the best batter to be giving up home runs to. But he gave him a hitter's count, and that's what's bound to happen at points. 13th home run allowed by Armbruster this season, and now here's Eric Rodriguez. First pitch, and he pops it up. Out on the infield, Norby backing up at second, into the grass. Sees the ball the whole way and makes the catch. But a 2-out solo home run for Reynel Delgado. Gets Akron closer. Fortunately, Bowie's insurance still has them ahead. As we move to the 5th, the Baysox lead 3-2. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Hey kids, the Baysox Futures Club is the best way to be a fan of the Baysox, and it's completely free for kids ages 3 through 12. Futures Club members get access to special members-only events, discount ticket offers, and free gifts for just signing up. Parents, head over to Baysox.com to sign up your kids, so don't miss out on all the promotions and giveaways at Prince George's Stadium this season and next. The Baysox Futures Club. Sign up now at Baysox.com.
If you're working in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area as a pipe fitter, pipe welder, or HVAC service technician, and you're interested in a better life, a better means to provide for yourself and your family, a way to make sure that you're earning the highest wages and the best benefits in our industry. Visit our website at steamfitters-602.org. That's steamfitters-602.org. And let's talk about what we can do to help change your life.
Hey, coffee lovers. Know where you'll find the world's freshest cup of coffee? Right here at Royal Farms. Because with our new brewing system, it takes less than a minute to go from selecting the kind of coffee you want to this. The freshest, most flavorful cup of coffee you can buy is at Royal Farms. So try one. It'll be love at first sip. Because it's the freshest coffee in the world. Real fresh, real fast, Royal Farms.
On to the 5th inning here in Akron as Bowie's lead is down to just 1 again, but it's still a lead, something the Baysox haven't been able to say too much over the last few days. Akron makes a pitching change as right-hander Thomas Ponticelli is done. He's in line for the loss, but he was able to put up 4 innings, and I feel like that's what Akron was hoping for at most today. 4 innings for Ponticelli. He allowed 6 hits and 3 runs. All were earned. He struck out 3 batters, did not walk anyone, gave up 2 home runs. As Robert Broom takes over for the Rubber Ducks. First time we've seen him this series. Baysox have seen him a few times this year. He'll face the top of the lineup. Broom, a 6'1", 190-pound, 25-year-old right-hander from Rising Fawn, Georgia. 10th round draft selection in 2018 from Mercer. Former Bear. He'll face Norby to start. 2 for 2 day for Norby with a solo home run and a single. First pitch is called a strike on a breaking ball outside. It's 0-1. Norby's led off 3 innings so far today, including the first, of course, as the next offering is swung on and missed. Another slider too far away, and it's 0-2. Bowie has had identical first, second, third, and fourth innings, just in terms of batters sent. 4 in the first, 5 in the second, and the same in the same in the third and fourth. Next offering misses too far outside. Broom's got that sweepy work on sliders outside. He can come at you with more of a sidearm delivery. As the 1-2 pitch is a cracked bat in on the handle and a high chopper to the mound. Picked up by Broom, and he underhands to first base in time. 1-3 put out is the first time Norby is retired today, and there's 1 gone. So now here's Kobe Mayo, 0 for 2 day. Popped out to short in the first, struck out swinging in the third. First pitch. He watches the slider, called for strike on the inside edge. It's 0-1. Bowie's going to have a tough time picking up Broom and his work. They have plenty this season. 26 appearances for Broom, a 4-2 record and a 3.40 ERA. Next pitch, called a strike on the outside edge. Mayo watched it. 36 strikeouts for Broom. He gets a lot of contact when he's working. He walked 20 batters, allowed 2 home runs. 0-2 offering, and it's too far outside. Mayo just laying off of it so far. Trying to see if he can find a pitch that he can better recognize. I don't blame him. It's tough to read Broom. The 1-2. And Mayo takes a late hack on a pitch out of the zone. Just gets a piece and floats it foul out of play right side. Count stays at a ball and 2 strikes. Next offering, Mayo backs off. Inside breaking ball, didn't move enough. And that's going to run the count to 2-2. Drew the oohs and ahs. That's the double-edged sword you get from Broom sometimes. If it doesn't move as much with his sidearm delivery, then you're in danger. The 2-2. And Mayo watches it outside. Count runs full after he fell behind. No balls and 2 strikes to start. Mild shift on for the righty. And the payoff pitch. Mayo watches called strike 3 at the knees. He thought it was probably coming. It's been so tough for Mayo to read Broom. He only went after 2 pitches in that plate appearance. He thought he was going to head up the line at first, but as soon as it crossed the plate, he realized where it was and wasn't too surprised when the umpire finally rung him up on it. Really, the best Bowie can hope for at this point is maybe Broom only does 2 innings at most. Here's John Rhodes. First pitch to him misses outside. It's 1-0 to start. Rhodes is 0 for 2, popped out to second. It was in the first inning, flew out to right field in the third. Next pitch, and Rhodes floats it foul to the right side. Count goes to a ball and a strike. Looking around the Eastern League, the Yankees are doing what they always do late in season, and they bolstered their Double-A team this week as the 1-1 pitch is bounced to third. Picked up by Daniel Schneemann on a couple of rolls. He fires the first in time. A perfect 5th inning for Robert Broom. Harrison Bader in a rehab game just hit a home run. That's all I was getting to. Bowie goes down in order in the 5th, and we're halfway home here at Canal Park. The Baysox lead 3-2. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Hey fans, do you know your mud hens from your trash pandas? Then play Minor League Rundown, the official free-to-play game of minor league baseball, and compete for tickets and game day experiences. Rundown is made for masters of ballpark trivia. Playing is free and easy on any mobile device. Just head on over to www.valleyplay.com to sign up and play. Return for each open round to vie for more prizes, including the grand prize to attend championship weekend in Las Vegas this October. It's never been this fun to get caught in a rundown.
Baseball is a game of specialists. Base stealers, closers, cleanup hitters. Together, they help their team stand out from the rest. Specialists also help set Chesapeake Employers Insurance apart from other workers' compensation insurance companies. Our health services team includes orthopedic surgeons, nurse case managers, a physical therapist, and more, all to get your employee back to work, contain costs, and keep premiums down. That's teamwork. To learn more, connect with your agent or visit Chesapeake Employers at CEIWC.com.
Everyone deserves a great smile, and Rad Orthodontics is here to help you, Bowie Baysox fans. Rad Orthodontics accepts most insurance, and whether it's braces or Invisalign aligners, anyone can get the smile they've always wanted with our flexible payment options. With 2 of the country's leading orthodontists right here in the D.C. area, we love to see Baysox fans smile with confidence. So get that amazing smile you deserve. Visit radsmile.com today and book your free consult. That's radsmile.com for Rad Orthodontics, official smile provider of the Bowie Baysox.
Bottom of the 5th inning here in Akron. Thank you so much for stopping by this evening as the Baysox lead 3-2 over the Akron Rubber Ducks. Always making a pitching change. Makes a little bit of sense, as Justin Armbruster was at 78 pitches over just 4 innings, but that means he's going to miss out on winning this game. Only 4 innings for Armbruster with 4 hits and 2 runs, both earned. He struck out 2 and walked 1. Both runs were solo home runs. Jose Tena hit a leadoff home run in the first inning. Reynel Delgado took a 2-out pitch deep to right field back in the 4th. So here in the 5th, Easton Lucas takes over, and he faces lefty Julian Escobedo. First pitch misses outside, and it's 1-0 to start. Well, there are a handful of left-handed batters in this lineup for Akron that play very well against their fellow southpaws. The 1-0. Lifted in the air to left. Welk is having to shade his eyes. I don't think he sees it. Does he see it? He does. Ranges to his right slightly at the last second and finds the ball. These lights are really giving Bowie the fits right now as they're playing their first night game here in over a month. But quickly 1 out, and now Lucas will face the top of the lineup, Jose Tena stepping in. Lucas, a 6'4", 180-pound lefty, traded over from Miami in 2019. First pitch to Tena is fouled off to the right side, 0-1 to start. On the season for Bowie, Easton Lucas has 30 appearances. He's 2-0 with a 4.70 ERA, 51 2/3 innings. The 0-1 pitch, and Tena watches curveball miss outside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 62 strikeouts for Lucas. That trails only Adam Stauffer, and for the team's lead, if I'm not mistaken there. Well, Adam Stauffer and Connor Lopridge, as the next pitch is called a strike. Fastball on the outer edge, it's 1-2. I was thinking to myself, yeah, Lopridge has more, but I couldn't find the number. But no, Lopridge has 10 more than Lucas. Only 25 walks, he's allowed 5 homers, as the 1-2 is lifted foul to the left side. Count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bases empty, 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. The 1-2. Line foul, hits off the netting of the Akron dugout. A couple of bodies still recoil at the ball, screaming in their direction. Count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. But again, Bowie ahead 3-2. It's on Lucas to hold the line right now, and he is coming off of a couple of rough runs for Bowie. As the 1-2. This is down and away. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lucas doesn't look like he planted his foot right. Gonna kick up a little bit of dirt in front of his planting area in front of the rubber. But over his last 5 appearances, Easton Lucas has allowed a run in 4 of them. As the 2-2 pitch is bounced to first but foul. Too far ahead on the changeup, Tena. But the count stays even as Tena will see a 7th pitch in this plate appearance. Now this run for Lucas, too, that's seen him allow runs more often than not in his outings, comes after one of the best runs for a Bowie pitcher all season, the 2-2. Misses down and away. Lucas still not looking like he's planning right. Falling a little bit abnormally off of the mound through his delivery. He doesn't worry about the planting area, though, this time. He just gets back to the rubber and readies for a full count. Lefty fires the next into Tena, and it swung on and missed for strike 3. High fastball from Lucas. Clocked in at only 92, but still got Tena to chase on the full count. Got it about chin high. First strikeout for Lucas, only 3rd overall for Baysox pitching. And now here's Angel Martinez. But yeah, Lucas had not allowed a run in the entire second half. From the start of the half to August 23rd. Nearly 2 months. As Martinez steps in, first pitch, and he fouls it off to the right side. Kobe Mayo came sprinting in at the last second at third base. Thinking Martinez might try to lay down a bunt with 2 outs. That's, of course, a risky move. But it is a 1-run game. Never know what happens when you get 1 runner on. The 0-1 pitch. And it's a breaking ball, lofted to left field. Welk hovers on it for a minute, but now turns and runs back a long way. He makes the catch over the shoulder just before crossing into the warning track. Perfect inning for Easton Lucas. 2 flyouts to left and a strikeout. We're on to the 6th. Bowie leads 3-2. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Sky Shooter Displays by ZY Pyrotechnics will be lighting up the sky with top-of-the-line fireworks shows following Baysox games all season long. We will give you the best bang for your buck. Sky Shooter Displays include traditional shows, true pyro musicals, custom choreographed plays, and much more. The night sky is truly limitless, so don't be shy. Give ZY a try. Find out more by calling us at 570-328-1361 or visit us online, zypyrotechnics.com.
Hey fans, do you know your mud hens from your trash pandas? Then play Minor League Rundown, the official free-to-play game of minor league baseball, and compete for tickets and game day experiences. Rundown is made for masters of ballpark trivia. Playing is free and easy on any mobile device. Just head on over to www.valleyplay.com to sign up and play. Return for each open round to vie for more prizes, including the grand prize to attend championship weekend in Las Vegas this October. It's never been this fun to get caught in a rundown.
At DCA Imaging Systems, we provide a tenured team of office technology professionals ready to be your trusted advisors. From document creation, output devices, scanning and workflow, to document security and storage, we understand people print, not printers. Give DCA Imaging a call, 301-577-1021, or find out more about how we can help you. DCAimaging.com. DCA Imaging Systems, office technology made easy.
On to the sixth inning here in Akron. Bowie still holding on to a 3-2 lead. Seeing if they can increase, but as they go up against Robert Broom for a second inning of relief, it's a tall order. It'll be Daryl Hernaiz, Hudson Haskin, and Andrew Dashbach to bat. Hernaiz squares on the first pitch, but bunts it in the air, and the catcher dives! Rodriguez pulls it down while still in the air. Hernaiz was trying to break out of a hitless skid, and he just can't get it done. Oh, that's unfortunate. An excellent reaction by Eric Rodriguez behind the plate, but boy, Hernaiz really needs to get something changed to get his rhythm back. Ooh, that's tough. So now here's Hudson Haskin after the first pitch out. First pitch here, and Haskin pulls back on an inside fastball. It's 1-0. Haskin singled and scored back in the fourth inning. He led off that inning with the base hit. The next pitch here is an off-speed called for strike in the top half of the zone, run it to 1-1. But Bowie is still off to a tough start today in terms of working with runners on base. The 1-1 outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Bowie only has 1 hit today with runners on base. That was Toby Welk's double. That put Hudson Haskin to third base, and he was brought home on a sac fly. The 2-1, and Haskin watches the fastball move too far outside, 3-1. Bowie is still 0 for 3 today with runners in scoring position. That's 0 for 10 overall in the series. 3-1. Haskin watches outside for ball 4. Broom didn't really want to offer him anything inside, which is a little bit understandable because of Haskin and his notoriety as a magnet. Bowie gets a runner on base, and now here's Andrew Dashbach, who's 1 for 2 with a homer. But with the sidearm hurler now, this has got to be an even better opportunity for the Baysox to try and steal a base. First pitch, and Dashbach bounces it foul to third. 0-1 to start, so obviously it wouldn't have worked there. But it's still got to be in Bowie's mind right now. Dashbach homered to right field on a full count in the second inning. Lined out to straightaway center field on the first pitch he saw in the fourth. Short lead off at first for Haskin. The 0-1 pitch. And Dashbach watches a called strike on the outside edge. Slider just barely hit the spot. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. (3-2) Bowie lead here in the top of the 6th. Next pitch misses up and away. A ball and 2 strikes on Dashbach with that fastball there. And it looks like Akron is getting a right-hander loose in the bullpen, not throwing just yet, but he's twisting his arm around, stretching. See if Haskin takes off. Stays put. The 1-2 is way outside, and it gets by, so Haskin would have gotten the base anyway. He takes it now on the wild pitch. If he had just taken off, he would have been credited with a stolen base. That's just one little bit of stat padding he could have gotten, but hey, he's at second. Who cares? So now as the count goes even at 2, Dashbach started behind, no balls and 2 strikes. Big chance here. Bowie really needs to break that spell of hitting with runners in scoring position. 2-2. Dashbach takes a hack at an off-speed outside and just gets a piece. Fouled back to the screen. But Bowie is running into that freight train of Robert Broom that has given them fits this season. A step off the rubber. Pitch clock's been turned off briefly. And now he's back on. We're reset. Another 2-2 to Dashbach. Too far outside. That one close, but it runs the count full. Broom has made 3 appearances against the Baysox this season. He's combined for 5 2/3 innings. Has not allowed a run, has only allowed 2 hits, has only allowed 2 walks, and has struck out 7 batters entering today. The 3-2 pitch, and Dashbach watches outside. It gets back to the screen again. Wild pitch allows Haskin to move to third base. It's a walk to Dashbach, and now the Baysox have runner at third with still only 1 out here in the 6th. So back-to-back walks from Broom after literally just mentioning less than 30 seconds ago he had only walked 2 Baysox batters in his previous 3 appearances against Bowie. So it's going to lead to a mound visit. Checking back in on the Eastern League, specifically on Erie, it's a 1-0 game at the stretch. Right-handed pitcher Brant Herter is putting together his best work at Double-A. Erie has been switching up the rhythm with him a little bit, having him come in as a back-end starter with an opener. And after Elvis Alvarado tossed 2 scoreless innings, Brant Herter has followed with 4 1/3 scoreless. Only 2 hits, 6 strikeouts. Again, Erie leads that one just 1-0. Bowie needs Richmond to come back. Speaking of coming back, New Hampshire is all tied up with Harrisburg. They trailed 3-1, and it's now 3-3. Portland and Somerset are having a bit of a shootout. After Portland took a 3-1 lead in the 3rd, Somerset got to run closer, but then Portland put on 4 runs in the 4th. They lead 7-4 in the bottom of the 4th. Altoona 4-0 over Reading right now, and in the back end of the doubleheader with Hartford and Binghamton, the Rumble Ponies lead 1-0 in the 2nd. We'll reset here with runners at the corners and only 1 out in the 6th. Toby Welk into the box with Bowie ahead 3-2. First pitch, and Welk takes a half swing. He got a piece, hit the knob of the bat, and it bounces back to the screen. That's a foul, and it's 0-1 to start. Welk doubled to left field in the 4th inning. That was with a runner at first. The 0-1 pitch here is too far outside. Off speed, runs the count even, and a ball and a strike. I think Bowie is starting to understand their patience a little bit more. Kobe Mayo was the first one to really show it off, but he eventually just struck out looking. And now Broom is trying to induce the swings and misses. 1-1 pitch. And Welk floats it to right field, a base hit. Haskin will score. The Baysox have their first hit with runners in scoring position this series, and it's a big one. Toby Welk gives Bowie a 2-run lead again. It's 4-2. That hit was needed. There's no other way to put it. First run that the Baysox have scored against Robert Broom all season, as Toby Welk has a 2-hit day, hitting it against the shift, and it looks like that's it. Broom is going to be taken out of this game as Ruglis Odor comes out of the dugout to make the switch. So Bowie with still plenty of chances right now. First and second, only 1 out. They've already got a run across. And as we get a new pitcher in, Bowie leads 4-2. We'll tell you about the hurler in a second. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Hey Baysox fans, On the Green Inc. is a proud sponsor of the Baysox and is celebrating 25 years of providing custom lawn care and pest control programs with guaranteed results for residential and commercial lawns. Mention this ad and receive a discount on your first lawn care or pest control service. Enjoy the outdoors this summer with On the Green Inc. Visit our website at onthegreeninc.com or call 410-695-0444. Let's go Baysox and On the Green Inc., your lawn care team.
The best way to take in a Baysox game is with a group outing at Prince George's Stadium. Everything from entertaining clients to birthday parties and even fundraising opportunities for your team, the Baysox offer plenty of options for your group at unbeatable rates with plenty of options on suites, seats, and decks around the ballpark. Your group can eat their fill and have an unforgettable time. Find out more and schedule your group outing by calling 301-464-4880 or going to Baysox.com.
Well, we continue at the top of the 6th inning here at Canal Park in Akron. Bowie is hoping to rebuild their lead even more. Back to a 4-2 Baysox edge. They've got a chance to add on with runners at first and second and only one out. New pitcher coming on, a pitching change for the Rubber Ducks as Robert Broom is done. Right-hander is responsible for the 2 runners on base, but at the moment his line is an inning and a third. He gave up 2 hits. So far, just 1 run it was earned. He struck out only 1 batter and walked 1. But again, the 2 runners on base, 1 walk, 1 base hit, those belong to him. As Brett Daniels comes out, right-hander will face Zach Watson to start. Daniels, a 6-foot, 208-pound, 26-year-old righty from Wilmington, North Carolina. He's a Rule 5 draft selection back in 2021. Maybe used to pitch for the Astros system. On the season for Akron, Daniels has 26 appearances. He's 4-1 with a 2.63 ERA, 41 innings, 44 strikeouts, 22 walks. He's allowed 3 home runs. As Watson steps in, he's been productive at the plate today, a triple and a sacrifice fly. And time called. Eric Rodriguez resets the pitch clock. But now Daniels is set. First pitch into Watson. And a fastball misses under the knees. 1-0 to start. Inning started when Darrell Hernandez tried to bunt his way out of a hitting slump, but hit it into the air. And the catcher made a diving grab in foul territory to take away, well, Hernandez's at bat. It wasn't a base hit opportunity or anything. It was a foul, but still. Here's the 1-0. And it's fouled off of the mask of both the catcher and the umpire. They share a look to see if they're both okay, and they are. Count goes even at a ball and a strike. But after that bunt out, Hudson Haskin drew a walk in a 3-1 count. Andrew Dashbach walked in a full count, and it included a wild pitch that put Haskin to third base. Toby Welk had an RBI single, and that chased Broom from the game. Right side of the infield, pretty wide open. 1-1. Lifted in the air to the right side. This will stay on the infield. First baseman Micah Prees backs out and makes the catch. So that's a big second out here in this inning. And now the number 9 batter, Maverick Handley. Handley 0 for 2. He hasn't seen more than 2 pitches in his plate appearances today. Grounded out to short on the first pitch he saw in the second. Popped out to first on the second pitch he saw in the fourth. First pitch in from Daniels, and Handley watches a nice curveball find the lower outside corner of the zone for a called strike. It's 0-1. And time called again. Handley asking for it this time. As we wait on the 0-1. 4-2 Bowie here in the 6th. These last couple of days have gone relatively slow for the Baysox. Yesterday's game was at least fast, but when you start at 11 o'clock, time's weird. The 0-1. Misses down and away, bounces in front of the catcher, but Rodriguez doesn't let it get behind him. Count moves to a ball and a strike. Yeah, time as a concept is already a lost cause when working in baseball, but even more so when you start a game at 11 a.m. You don't know what to do with yourself for the rest of the day. But hey, at least Bowie's leading right now. What am I on about? We're in mid-September. Give me a break here. 1-1. Hanley watches down and inside. Fastball looked close, but it runs the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. First and second, 2 away. Daniels looks back second base, not being held on though. The 2-1 pitch, and Hanley watches high fastball. His stature helps him out there, and the count goes to 3-1. A big hitter's count opportunity here for Hanley. 3-1. Down and away for ball 4. So the bases are loaded now after Hanley draws the 2-out walk. And it goes back to the top of the lineup for Connor Norby. Well, Bowie's already got 1 hit with runners in scoring position in this inning. Getting 2 would be massive. I have to dig back through the archives briefly, see if I can find the last time the Baysox put together a multi-run inning that featured multiple hits with runners in scoring position, because it's been a while. Remember, Bowie only had 3 hits with runners in scoring position in that Richmond series. Norby's 2 for 3, a home run and a single. First pitch in from Daniels, and Norby watches fastball miss up and away. It's 1-0 to start. Norby this season is 1 for 5 with the bases loaded. He's driven in 2 runs, but he struck out 4 times. Daniels splits the middle of the rubber out of the stretch. Fires the 1-0, and Norby slaps it foul the other way. Out to right field, and it's 1-1. Norby with some good opposite field power. Back in the first inning, second pitch of the game, he parked it. Not fully in the short porch, on the second deck of the short porch, which is almost the same distance in height as the regular wall. And now the 1-1 pitch. This is high, a fastball, and he's really exhibiting some good strike zone discipline right now. That's why Norby has one of the lowest strikeout rates on the team for Bowie. Less than 20%. In the lineup, he's the only batter under 20%. Now the 2-1 pitch, and Norby swings and misses. Curveball down. That draws a big cheer. Obviously a tense moment. But now a 2-2 count here on Norby with the bases loaded and 2 away in the top of the 6th. Daniels comes set. Big pitch here on its way. Norby pulls back on an up and in fastball, runs it full. So all 3 runners will get a head start. And Norby might get a pretty hittable pitch. First baseman playing a little bit in, the rest of the infield playing deep. Same with the outfield, they're very deep. Here it comes, the payoff pitch. It's outside for ball 4. Norby draws the bases loaded walk, and Bowie's got another on the board. It's 5-2. It's his first bases loaded walk of the season. That run, of course, charged to Broom. Toby Welk, who's at third base, now belongs to Broom, but the rest, Daniels. He's walked back-to-back batters with 2 outs. And now here's Kobe Mayo. Mayo is also 1 for 5 with the bases loaded this season. First pitch, and Mayo pops it up foul. First base side. It'll get out of play, but the count starts out at 0-1. Mayo is 0 for 3. Popped out to the shortstop in the first, struck out swinging on a 1-2 pitch in the third, and then looking on a full count offering in the 5th. But that was against Broom, and you could tell that Mayo was fine with the call. It was just, he had a tough time picking up Broom's sidearm delivery. But now Daniel steps off the back of the rubber. That's his first disengagement. Granted, I don't expect him attempting any pickoff throws right now with the bases loaded. No one's even being held on. Here's the 0-1, and Mayo watches inside, just barely missed. Curveball runs it even at a ball and a strike. 1 for 5 with the bases loaded, as mentioned. Mayo has struck out 3 times. He hasn't walked. He's driven in 2 runs. Still 2 outs here in the 6th, but Bowie trying to add on more. The 1-1. Misses inside again. Fastball just barely. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. But again, while Bowie is doing all of this, they still only have 1 hit in this game with runners in scoring position. A hit here could doubly turn their tides. Of course, build a big lead and get them, that mojo. 2-1. Mayo watches outside. Fastball runs it to 3-1. So a hitter's count here. Daniels needs to serve up something hittable. Bases loaded, 2 away. And now the 3-1 to Mayo. Swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt. Great pitch. But now once again, everyone gets a head start. Norby had a full count with the bases loaded. He drew the walk. Bowie up by 3, seeing how high they can take it. Don't want to strand them full. Runners go. Payoff pitch. Mayo takes a hack on an inside fastball and fouls it off. That was a surefire ball. But Mayo's an antsy batter. We've seen that plenty this year. You just want to see it pay off right now. Norby at first, Handley at second, Welk at third. Daniels sets, rocks back and forth slightly. Now fires another 3-2. Mayo watches called, strike 3 at the letters. He had started up the line thinking he got ball 4, but Mayo's too tall for some of those fastballs sometimes. He strikes out looking and strands the bases loaded. Bowie finally gets their first base hit of the series with runners in scoring position. That's at least something. They plate 2, and as we go to the bottom of the 6th, they lead 5-2. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
A birthday bash with the Baysox is the best time at the ballpark. Bring your friends and family out to celebrate and be the star of the show. Dance on the dugout with Louie, play games in the stadium, introduce a batter in the game, and you'll even get to have the stadium sing for you. Baysox birthday parties, an unforgettable, one-of-a-kind experience at Prince George's Stadium. Book yours by calling 301-464-4880 or at baysox.com.
It takes time to get rich, flavorful coffee beans from the lush mountain regions of Colombia and Brazil to Royal Farms. But less than a minute to get yourself a delicious hot cup of the finest and freshest coffee in the world. Because Royal Farms' new Swiss-made coffee machines grind those rich, flavorful coffee beans and brew them one magnificent cup at a time. It's why Royal Farms makes the freshest and best coffee in the world. Real fresh, real fast. Royal Farms.
Are you interested in beginning or expanding on a career in the pipe fitting, pipe welding, or HVAC service industry? Are you interested in a career path that will set you up for life without experiencing any college debt? If you are interested in these things and you live in the DC area, the Steamfitters UA Local 602 Apprenticeship Program is the best choice for you. For more information about our apprenticeship program and how to apply, please visit steamfitters-602.org. That's steamfitters-602.org.
Fans Care's around the corner, patient first. Urgent care that's open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day of the year. No appointment needed. Learn more at patientfirst.com. Bottom of the 6th inning here in Akron. Bowie leads by 3. John Kenzie Noel digs in. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 to bat against Easton Lucas. First pitch home misses down, and it's 1-0 to start. Longest break on the bench for any pitcher today, and that was Lucas, after Bowie sent 8 to the plate in the 6th, and it was worked around a pitching change. The 1-0 pitch, and Noel watches fastball called a strike on the edges of the upper outside corner, 1-1. But Bowie only got 2 runs out of the 6th inning. They stranded the bases loaded. Bowie Mayo struck out looking on a full count. 1-1 pitch, and Noel watches down and in, 2 balls and 1 strike. After Noel, Mike Capriz, and then Jonathan Rodriguez will bat. Right-hander, left-hander, right-hander. All 3 of them have been batting well against lefties this season, and that's Lucas. The 2-1, curveball, called a strike. That one on the outside half of the plate, and it's 2-2. Great pitch. Infield playing on the pull side for the right-hander. Noel doubled and walked as the 2-2 comes home, and it's just pieced. Foul. Back to the screen. Count stays. And as Bowie leads 5-2, this is their largest lead since they had the 6-3 lead over Richmond. That wasn't a week ago. That was 6 days ago. But Richmond never let it get past 3 runs. They cut it to a 1-run deficit. 2-2. Inside, Noel nearly turned his knee into it. He was charging a swing, but that fastball was ticketed to him, and he was able to just back out of the way at the last moment. So after working ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes, it's now full. 3-2 pitch is a high bouncing ball to third. Holding on it, Mayo gloves at the forehead and fires to first just in time. Those long strides of Noel couldn't get there, and it's a 5-3 putout. So now here's Mike Caprice. Left-hander 0 for 2, a fly out and a ground out. First pitch home, and Prees pops it foul. Over to the left side, now to play. It's 0-1. Well, what's going to be big for Lucas today is can he finish out this second inning of relief scoreless? Because that's probably all he's going to be asked to do is these 2 innings. The 0-1. Curveball called a strike on the outside edge. Lucas really seems to be benefiting from a bit of a wide zone over the last couple of batters. A couple of those pitches to Noel definitely seemed like they might have been a bit outside. That one to Prees really seemed to be. The 0-2. Lifted in the air, center field, shallow. Watson sprinting down, closes the gap, nearly overran it, but stops and makes the catch. 2 away. 5 in a row retired by Lucas. 6 in a row from Baysox pitching since Reynel Delgado's solo home run. That made it a 1-run game. But if Bowie can hold on to this lead, it would be their largest win since they took down Erie 15-5 2 weeks ago. Here's Jonathan Rodriguez, first pitch. Called a strike, fastball in the upper outside corner, it's 0-1. And really, the only reason Bowie was so dominant in that game was more so of the pitcher that they ran into, who was still a little bit under-equipped for Double-A. The 0-1 misses outside, and it's 1-1 on Rodriguez. He flew out to center field in the first, and Rodriguez popped out in the 4th inning, hit it to first. 1-1 from Lucas. Line foul right side, 1-2. But since that 15-5 win for the Baysox, every game that they've won, which admittedly isn't even that many, every game that they've won has been by either 1 or 2 runs. Another 1-2. Curveball just misses under the knees. The infield was starting to head back a little bit, but count goes even at 2. Looking for a perfect inning, the 2-2. Curveball just nicked foul, split the legs of the catcher. Handley almost got a glove on it, and he wasn't able to get it all the way, and the count stays. Andrew Dashbach, he's getting a little bored out there. I've seen him do this a couple of times. He just takes that body squat, glove in hand, and just almost looks like he's meditating. But now he sets back into the athletic stance. 2-2 pitch, lifted into center field, a good crack. Zach Watson sprinting back. This one's gonna get out. There it goes, clears the batter's eye. Jonathan Rodriguez, a massive solo home run. His 4th of the season. And Akron gets a little bit closer. Bowie still leads 5-3. 3rd solo home run of the game for the Rubber Ducks. One by Jose Tena, one by Reynel Delgado, and now one by Rodriguez. The latter 2 have come with 2 outs. This one when Lucas was only 1 strike away. And just as I was saying a batter ago, the goal for Lucas was to try and finish this second inning scoreless because he probably wouldn't toss a 3rd inning. This is the first pitch to Daniel Schneemann, misses outside. It's 1-0 to start. And unfortunately, Lucas is not going to accomplish that goal today, as he's allowed at least one run in 5 of his last 6 appearances for Bowie. Next pitch is called a strike on the outside edge. It's 1-1. Schneemann is 0 for 2, grounded out in the second, flew out in the fourth. Here's the 1-1. Just a piece. Fouled it off to the left side slightly, a couple of bounces, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. And again, you might think that it's a tall ask to say, well, why would you say Lucas needs to work scoreless over 2 innings when he already gave you 1? Again, I'm talking about this in this remembrance as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed outside for strike 3. The remembrance that he went 2 whole months without allowing a run. So it can get a little bit dicey when you think about it. Lucas strikes out his second batter to end the 6th inning, but Akron gets another one. Solo home run by Jonathan Rodriguez, and we're on to the 7th. Bowie leads 5-3. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
When your commercial plumbing project calls for a job done safely and on time, then your job calls for the plumbers of Local 5 Washington, D.C. Local 5 will always deliver the most skilled and well-trained plumbing craftsmen in the DMV. If you're a contractor who needs safe jobs done well, you need the plumbers of Local 5 Washington, D.C. Start your partnership with them today. Visit local5plumbers.org. That's local5plumbers.org.
Get the best deals at Prince George's Stadium with weekly promotions all season. Tuesdays are Military Appreciation Night. Purchase a box seat at the ticket office with a proof of service, and you'll only pay half price. Bring along your furry friend on Woof Wednesday, and it's the best happy hour around every Thursday from 5 to 6:30. $2 Bud and Bud Light drafts with other beer specials throughout the year, and live music to get your night started. It's always a great time at the ballpark, so get your tickets now at Baysox.com.
From sprains to stitches, sore throats to stomach aches, and pulled muscles to poison ivy, care is around the corner at Patient First. Walk in to see a doctor from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day of the year. X-rays, lab tests, and prescription drugs are on site, and most major insurance plans are accepted. For routine illnesses and injuries, Patient First is here for you. Patient First, the name fits.
Patient First, proud partner of the Bowie Baysox, open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day.
On to the 7th inning here in Akron. The Baysox trying to see if they can get a little bit more action after sending 8 to the plate in the 6th. They were only able to score 2 runs, partly because Brett Daniels came in and was able to minimize the damage mostly. He walked in a run, but that was an inherited runner, and he struck out a batter with the bases loaded. John Rhodes will bat here. First pitch is a curveball called for strike in the upper outside corner. It's 0-1 to start. After Rhodes, Daryl Hernandez and Hudson Haskin will follow. As Daniels embarks on his first full inning of relief, Rhodes is 0 for 3 on the day. Here's the 0-1, and Rhodes swings and misses on another curveball. It's 0-2. Rhodes popped out to second in the first, flew out to right in the third, grounded out to third in the 5th. Here's the 0-2. Slider called for strike on the outside edge, and down goes Rhodes. Welk watched it the whole way, or Rhodes watched it the whole way, rather. Getting the hair mixed up between the two of them. But back-to-back strikeouts for Daniels when you include him striking out Mayo. And now here's Daryl Hernandez. First pitch, and Hernandez watches fastball miss down and away. It's 1-0 to start. Well, Hernandez is running into some problems right now. He can't buy a base hit. Next pitch, swing and a miss. Way too far ahead on a curveball, and it's 1-1. Because he came into today already 0 for his last 10. He started 0 for 2. And then in the 6th inning, tried to bunt on the first pitch. He bunted it into the air, and the catcher dove to take it away. Next pitch is a high curveball. 2 balls and 1 strike on Hernandez. Bases empty, 1 away here in the top of the 7th. Bowie ahead 5-3 as the next offering is down and away. Curveball that Hernaiz held off, and it runs the count to 3-1. I'd imagine Bowie has a little bit of action going in their bullpen right now, but it doesn't seem like anyone's on the hill just yet. It might have already finished up if I hadn't been paying enough attention. As the 3-1 is swung on and missed. Curveball down. Hernaiz probably would have had an easy trot to first base if he laid off of that one, but it runs the count full. Outfield is shifted the other way for the right-handed hitter. And now the payoff from Daniels is a curveball too far inside, and Hernaiz does draw the walk. That's already the third walk given up by Brett Daniels. Bowie has drawn 5 walks since the start of the last inning. Of course, 4 of them were in the 6th. But now here's Hudson Haskin, who drew one of those walks and came home to score on Toby Welk's RBI single. Haskin 1 for 2 on the day. He scored twice. First pitch home, and he watches high fastball. It's 1-0 to start. Well, we've been talking a lot lately about strike percentages and strike rates, how often pitchers want to throw pitches for strikes, and Daniels is running into some problems with that today. Already the 3 walks tells you enough of the story. As the 1-0 pitch, Haskin squares, bunts it into the air, and the pitcher sprints to make the catch. He nearly twisted his ankle. Oh, goodness. Daniels, when trying to stop himself in the running lane on the third base side, nearly fell over. But Haskin tried to be fancy, and he gets burned for it. So Bowie has tried 2 bunts today. Both of them have been pop-outs. So now 2 away. Here's Andrew Dashbach. Dashbach 1 for 2. Solo home run in the 2nd inning. He walked and scored in the 6th. First pitch. He watches high fastball. It's 1-0. But Bowie doesn't do too many bunting drills. I'm not sure I've seen them really do a surefire drill this season. Maybe a couple of bunting practices during batting practice, but Cesar Prieto is really the most dedicated of the many to go after it. 1-0 pitch to Dashbach, misses down and away. It's 2 balls and no strikes. He'll usually step in, and the first pitch he sees in batting practice, he'll lay down a bunt attempt. And, of course, he'll curse himself slightly if he doesn't bunt it fair, as anyone probably would. They'd get upset. 2-0. Dashbach swings and misses. Curveball down. Two balls and 1 strike now, as Daniels is really having a tough time, though, when it comes to finding the zone. He's well under half. Runner goes. 2-1 is a half swing, and he fouled it off. Dashbach tried to hold up on a high changeup. He mostly did. Still made incidental contact, and the story stays the same for Bowie. The few times that they've tried to take off on pitches, whether it be a hit and run or a stolen base, doesn't matter. A few times they've tried it today, the resulting pitch has always been a foul ball or a flyout. Now the 2-2. Dashbach holds up, checks his swing on a high fastball, and the count runs full. We've seen 3 of his plate appearances go full today. The other one, he flew out to center field on the first pitch. He's been on base both times he ran the count full. Let's see what he gets here. With 2 outs, runner will get a jump. There goes Hernaiz. 3-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Breaking ball down, and on full counts, Andrew Dashbach has the 3 true outcomes. Home run, walk, strikeout. Bowie gets a 1-out walk, but doesn't do much with it. We stretch here at Canal Park in Akron. Baysox lead 5-3. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Get your gear and memorabilia from your favorite Baysox players and future stars of the Baltimore Orioles at the Tackle Box Team Store. Jerseys, hats, autographed bats and balls, all at great prices. Located right at the main gate at Prince George's Stadium and online at BaysoxShop.com, the Tackle Box is the only place to get the best Baysox gear for you and your favorite fan. It's the Tackle Box at Prince George's Stadium and at BaysoxShop.com.
Baseball is a game of specialists. Base stealers, closers, cleanup hitters. Together, they help their team stand out from the rest. Specialists also help set Chesapeake Employers Insurance apart from other workers' compensation insurance companies. Our health services team includes orthopedic surgeons, nurse case managers, a physical therapist, and more, all to get your employee back to work, contain costs, and keep premiums down. That's teamwork. To learn more, connect with your agent or visit Chesapeake Employers at CEIWC.com.
On the Green Incorporated is your lawn care team, providing professional organic-based lawn care programs for residential and commercial lawns. Our lawn care programs provide ballpark quality results. Each service is custom tailored with guaranteed results for even the toughest lawns. On the Green also offers outdoor pest control services. Mosquitoes, ants, ticks, and more. Safely and effectively control insects and enjoy the outdoors this summer with On the Green Incorporated. Go to onthegreeninc.com.
On to the bottom of the 7th here in Akron as the Baysox still hold on to a 5-3 lead, but they're sticking with Easton Lucas into the bottom of the 7th. He has been mostly fine, but did allow a solo home run to Jonathan Rodriguez with 2 outs in the 6th, and he's up to 33 pitches. And time is called by the batter as Lucas was starting his delivery. Oh, that's not too good. Home plate umpire had called for it as Reynel Delgado just suddenly said that his elbow guard wasn't fully strapped up. Lucas had to stop mid-delivery, didn't even throw the ball, and now the first pitch is pretty wild. It really hits the head. Delgado was able to duck from the curveball slightly, but it's 1-0 to start. See, that's the problem with messing with that delivery. Here's the 1-0. Ripped to first, but foul, just up the line. And it's a ball and a strike. Now, Bowie doesn't have any action in their bullpen just yet, and their bullpen is a little bit stretched right now. Handful of players went on the injured list earlier today. As the 1-1 offering is lofted out toward right center field, falling down for a base hit. Splits the gap, picked up by John Rhodes, heads it to second base, and the throw gets by, but it's backed up by Elliott. A leadoff double by Reynel Delgado. His 8th of the season, and Akron brings the tying run to the plate with no one out here in the 7th. Even with Bowie's bullpen taxed right now, probably could have been a good idea to get someone up, as Lucas is going to have to start a second trip through the order before this inning ends. But no one is getting loose as Eric Rodriguez steps in. First pitch, called a strike. Fastball in the lower outside corner, it's 0-1. Rodriguez flew out to center field back in the 2nd inning. He popped out to second base in the 4th. But runner at second, no one out here in the bottom of the 7th. Bowie leads 5-3. The 0-1 fouled off. High fastball goes back to the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. Bowie does finally get an arm up. I think that's Connor Lopridge. I've said it a few times while we've been here. They've got the video board directly above both bullpens. They're right next to each other. And the glare from that video board actually makes it pretty difficult to see with binoculars who's out there. But it is Lopridge, I can at least say that. No balls and 2 strikes. Pitch into Rodriguez. Bounce to third, but foul. A little bit too far up the line. We'll do it again. Hard shift on for the righty Rodriguez. He pulls it over half the time. The 0-2. Curveball popped up into right field, a base hit, a little blooper. They're going to put on the go sign. Rhodes scoops it from right, fires to the plate. The throw is on time! A spectacular throw from John Rhodes in right field to throw out Reynel Delgado at the plate, keeping Bowie ahead by 2. Outfield assist is the second for Rhodes in right field this season. It's just a single for Rodriguez, and it goes 9-2 on your scorecard. That was a delayed send by Rouglis Odor as well. He had gotten close enough to the bag that he practically screamed it in Delgado's ear, but Rhodes pounced on that ball fast. So now here's Julian Escobedo. Third base plays in, and the first pitch misses well outside. It's 1-0 to start. But that is a game-changing play, potentially. We still got plenty of game left. Don't want to call it too early. But to throw out that run when it would have turned it into a one-run game and had tying run on base, to flip it completely and get an out while maintaining the 2-run lead, massive difference. Here's a pickoff throw to first. No tag applied. Even while being a lefty, Lucas telegraphs a little with the leg. The way he kicks, you can see the front foot point out a little bit to first base more so when he's picking off a batter, or picking off a runner, I should say. 1-0 pitch here. Curveball called for strike in the lower outside corner. It's 1-1. Escobedo is 0 for 2. He grounded out to first base in the third inning. He flew out to left field in the second pitch he saw in the fifth. 1-1. Too far outside a fastball. Can't get him to chase. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, Escobedo has been pretty routine when it comes to his work against lefties and righties this season. Pretty much splits them. 2-1 pitch. Popped up, out toward right field. Rhodes is ranging on it to foul ground, and now he stops. About 10 feet away from the line, he makes the catch. Never really straightened himself up, but if he sees it and he feels comfortable with it, why bother? So now 2 away, and it goes back to the top of the lineup for Jose Tena. Again, Bowie is nowhere near out of the woods in this inning, though, because it is a tying run at the plate this entire time in a game where Akron has already hit 3 home runs. Cannot get complacent. Tena has a home run himself. Third base plays in the first pitch is a high bouncer over to short. Should end the inning. Hernaiz waits for the glove and fires to first. And it gets there. Great stretch by Andrew Dashbach. Tena's got wheels, but Hernaiz got it just in time. 6-3 putout ends the inning. An excellent play by John Rhodes to throw out a run at home. Saves Bowie from turning it back into a 1-run game. They lead 5-3 into the 8th. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Get the best deals at Prince George's Stadium with weekly promotions all season. Tuesdays are Military Appreciation Night. Purchase a box seat at the ticket office with a proof of service, and you'll only pay half price. Bring along your furry friend on Woof Wednesday, and it's the best happy hour around every Thursday from 5 to 6:30. $2 Bud and Bud Light drafts with other beer specials throughout the year, and live music to get your night started. It's always a great time at the ballpark, so get your tickets now at Baysox.com.
At DCA Imaging Systems, we provide a tenured team of office technology professionals ready to be your trusted advisors. From document creation, output devices, scanning and workflow, to document security and storage, we understand people print, not printers. Give DCA Imaging a call, 301-577-1021, or find out more about how we can help you. DCAimaging.com. DCA Imaging Systems, office technology made easy.
If you own or operate a building or facility, or if you're a general contractor that is located or operates in the D.C. area, there is no doubt that it is important for you to have the best trained and most qualified people working for you. members of Steamfitters UA Local 602 provide the highest level of HVAC, mechanical, and specialty piping services to the various customers we serve. For more information about the services we provide and for a list of companies you can hire, please visit steamfitters-602.org.
Fans, don't forget about our friends at Pest Now. They've been a proud partner of the Baysox for quite some time, and they provide pest control services for Prince George's Stadium, so that's how you know they're reliable. If you've got any problems with pests, termites, mosquitoes, just any general pest control issues, give them a call, 301-231-8300, or visit them online at pestnow.com. On to the 8th inning here in Akron as Bowie leads 5-3. Toby Welk leads off. Brett Daniels continues on the mound. It's his second full inning of relief, third inning overall. Welk is 2 for 3 on the day. He's gotten to third base twice, but hasn't scored. First pitch. Raking ball backs Welk off of the plate as it came a little bit toward the chin, but plenty of time to read it, and the count starts out at 1-0. RBI single for Welk in the 6th inning as well is the only hit for Bowie in this series that came with a runner in scoring position. Here's the 1-0, and Welk swings through a curveball down and away. It's 1-1. After Welk, it'll be Zach Watson and Maverick Hanley to bat, if any of them can reach. Go back to the top of the lineup in Connor Norby. Massive gap up the middle for Welk right now. 1-1, and he fouls it off. And after the same curveball, just got a little piece this time, and it's 1-2. Well, they might be looking at extra innings down at the Diamond in Richmond, after the Erie Seawolves were carrying a 2-0 shutout into the 8th inning. Richmond tied it up in a way that Bowie is very familiar with. The 1-2, swing and a miss for strike 3. Breaking ball on the outside, and Welk goes chasing. Already 4 strikeouts for Brett Daniels today, 8 overall for Richmond pitching. It's Akron pitching. We're looking at Richmond. Diego Rincones, who has been a known Baysox killer this year. He's hitting .500 against the Baysox this season. Hit a game-tying 2-run home run at the Diamond, no less. And they're in the bottom of the 9th, tied at 2. Here's Zach Watson. First pitch. Watches low, fastball, and it's 1-0 to start. Watson is 1 for 2 on the day, tripled in the 2nd, but got left at 3rd. Had a sacrifice fly in the 4th, popped out to second base with the runners at 1st and 2nd back in the 6th. Here's the 1-0. And Watson lines it into center field. Escobedo sprinting on it and quickly snags it. Quick reaction by Escobedo. He started to run in, but really he only had to move to his left. Just a little bit, and there's 2 away. Watson is really getting some good barrels, though. His sacrifice fly was nice, too. Now here's Maverick Hanley, already with 2 outs. First pitch, and Hanley watches a called strike. Curveball hits the lower outside corner, it's 0-1. Well, after that disastrous appearance in the middle of the 6th inning for Daniels, in which he walked 2 batters with 2 outs, including one with the bases loaded, he's really locked in. 0-1. This is down and away, and as I say that, it gets by the catcher. Count goes to a ball and a strike. But since he walked Connor Norby with 2 outs to reload the bases in the 6th, they're not even to reload the bases, to walk in a run and keep the bases loaded. He's retired 6 of the next 7 with 4 strikeouts. The 1-1. Hanley watches down and away, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. .5-3 Bowie lead. They're just going to need 6 quick outs, and it looks like Connor Loprich will take the reins from here. Will probably try for the last 2 innings in what would be a long save. The 2-1 pitch, and Hanley swings and misses down to a knee. They call that the Bugs Bunny changeup inside, and it's 2-2. Well, I read somewhere they call it that because in the cartoons, whenever Bugs Bunny would swing and miss at a pitch hard, he drills himself into the ground. Here's the 2-2. Hanley watches down and away, and it runs full. Now, some of those old cartoons, that take place at sporting events. They always seemed out of place, but they were always fun. I remember there was a one that was just all goofies playing football. And obviously it was goofy, so it was just weird, just the weird, clumsy movements around a football diamond. 3-2 pitch, and Hanley cracks it out to right center field, but not too deep. Escobedo ranging to his right, and now Noel in right field. Crosses over the center fielder and makes the catch. Bowie goes down in order. Only the third time today they've done that. Make that just the second time today. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Baysox still lead. It's 5-3. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
The best way to take in a Baysox game is with a group outing at Prince George's Stadium. Everything from entertaining clients to birthday parties and even fundraising opportunities for your team, the Baysox offer plenty of options for your group at unbeatable rates with plenty of options on suites, seats, and decks around the ballpark. Your group can eat their fill and have an unforgettable time. Find out more and schedule your group outing by calling 301-464-4880 or going to baysox.com.
Pest Now is proud to partner with the Bowie Baysox and provide their pest control services. For all your residential and commercial pest control needs, call Pest Now. For general pest control, termite control, mosquito control, and all other pest control services, call Pest Now. You can reach us at 301-231-8300 or visit us online at www.pestnow.com.
From bug bites to burns, fevers to flu, and bruises to broken bones, care is around the corner at Patient First. Walk in to see a doctor from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day of the year. X-rays, lab tests, and prescription drugs are on site, and most major insurance plans are accepted. For routine illnesses and injuries, Patient First is here for you. Patient First, the name fits.
Patient First, proud partner of the Bowie Baysox, open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day.
Bottom of the 8th inning here in Akron as Bowie is still holding on to a 5-3 edge. They make another pitching change. Connor Loprich comes out of the pen. Second reliever tonight for Bowie after Easton Lucas fired 3 innings. Since Justin Armbruster did not go 5, Lucas is probably going to be in line for the win, especially since he threw 3 innings. It was 3 innings for Lucas with 3 hits and 1 run. He struck out 2, walked none. Did give up a solo home run to Jonathan Rodriguez. That was it. But now Loprich takes over. He'll deal with 2, 3, and 4 in the Akron lineup, starting with Angel Martinez, batting as a lefty again. First pitch home, and Martinez watches a called strike. Fastball nicks the lower outside corner of the zone. It's 0-1. Well, Martinez bats much better as a right-handed batter. A .412 average against lefty pitchers, but he flew out in his only PA against Lucas. The 0-1 fouled off to the screen left side. It's 0-2. Martinez is 1 for 3 overall in the day. Single to right field. Back in the 3rd inning, got to second base and was left stranded. I think his gloves got dislodged a little bit, but he's probably stepping out of the box to throw off Loprich's timing a tad. He's already behind 0-2. Loprich has the quick sign from Handley. But now he waits, holds the timing a little bit in his own favor, steps back, kicks high. The 0-2 pitch is bounced to first, foul. Count stays at 0-2. Connor Loprich, a 6'3", 215-pound right-hander, traded over from Pittsburgh in 2020. On the season with Bowie, Loprich has made 30 appearances, gone 3-1 with a 4.50 ERA, 68 innings, 72 strikeouts, 26 walks. As he fires another 0-2 pitch to Martinez, it's down and away a fastball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Loprich has allowed 10 home runs, but I say it every time he comes in. Since the start of August, you've got to split his numbers up by the half. His second half is markedly better than his first half. Exponentially even. The 1-2. Poked over to first. He reached for a low curveball. Dashbox slides over to grab it. More of a shuffle, really, but he grabs it and heads to first base himself for the out. 3 unassisted. So now here's John Kenzie Noel. Of the 10 home runs that Loprich has allowed, only 2 of them have been here in the second half. His ERA in the first half was around 8. There were points where it was north of 10. So for him to have his ERA all the way down to 4.50 here in the full season tells you how good his second half has been. First pitch to Noel is a fastball. Just misses a bit outside, 1-0 to start. 1 for 2 today for Noel. He doubled to left field with 1 out in the first, but got left at second base. He walked in the third and was left at first base. The 1-0. Slider called for strike on the lower inside corner, 1-1. Noel grounded out to third to open the 6th inning. Here's the 1-1. Floated foul over to the right side. Count to a ball and 2 strikes. Pretty decent sized gap up the middle, but Noel not a middle hitter. Big pull guy. The 1-2. Down and away a fastball. Lowbridge didn't like the plant as well as he probably would have. Kind of bounced off the plate slightly. Count goes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch in. And Noel reaches for a low-hanging breaking ball and pops it out to the infield. Connor Norby backs out, and just up against the outfield grass, he makes the catch. So 2 up, 2 down from Lowbridge. And now here's Mike Capriz. Well, things have suddenly turned around for the Orioles as they're playing in the Beltway Series against the Nats. Gunnar Henderson just hit a Little League 3-run home run. And Jorge Mateo followed it up with a solo home run. First pitch to Mike Capriz. Big swing and a miss on a low fastball under the knees. 0-1 to start. Capriz is 0 for 3. 2 flyouts and a ground out to first base. As the 0-1 pitch from Lowbridge is just too far outside. Fastball barely missed. Goes to a ball and a strike now. Lowbridge is coming off of 2 appearances in the Richmond series. Both of them were fine. He picked up the win in the walk-off winner on Sunday. Or on Saturday, I should say. The 1-1. Down and away. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. And then he picked up a hold with 2 innings of 1-run ball that previous Thursday. Bases empty, 2 away. The 2-1 pitch here is lined into center field. It's a chance. It's down for a base hit. Watson had a good pounce on it, but it fell in too quickly. Just a low-hanging liner for Prees, and in the 8th inning, he finally extends his hit streak. He's at 5 consecutive games. Lowbridge still needs to be careful. Tying run now at the plate is Jonathan Rodriguez, who had a solo home run earlier in this game. Akron has got a right-hander warming in their bullpen, as the first pitch to Rodriguez is a fastball under the knees. 1-0 to start. And actually, it looks like they might have some double barrel action right now. I don't see that too often. Cade Smith is getting loose. That's the first of the 2 I can tell you about. 1-0 pitch to Rodriguez, and he watches up and in. Bounces off the webbing of Hanley's glove. Runner tries to advance, and he'll get there. No one was covering the bag. Hanley had to sprint over to try and even make a play on it. But by the time he got there, it probably would have been too late anyway. So better to just not risk it. But now it's 2-0 on Rodriguez. And you don't want to make this a 1-run game. Don't really let Akron get any momentum whatsoever. That's a passed ball on Hanley, his 6th. 2-0 pitch. Inside, nearly hit him. Rodriguez really cowered away from that one. Pulled back on the curveball and just kind of leaned backwards, stumbled out of the box. But it's 3 balls and no strikes. Lowbridge needs to reset. Pitch home. Fastball lifted deep into the night and left, but Welk looks like he has it the whole way. Backing up to the warning track, now he runs in and makes the catch. Just in terms of the sound and how high that one got, you had a bad feeling of it at first, but Welk was not fazed. Fly out to left and the inning is over with a runner in scoring position. We go to the 9th here at Canal Park. Bowie leads 5-3. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Everyone deserves a great smile, and Rad Orthodontics is here to help you, Bowie Baysox fans. Rad Orthodontics accepts most insurance, and whether it's braces or Invisalign aligners, anyone can get the smile they've always wanted with our flexible payment options. With 2 of the country's leading orthodontists right here in the DC area, we love to see Baysox fans smile with confidence. So get that amazing smile you deserve. Visit radsmile.com today and book your free consult. That's radsmile.com for Rad Orthodontics, official smile provider of the Bowie Baysox.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Baseball is a game of specialists. Base stealers, closers, cleanup hitters. Together, they help their team stand out from the rest. Specialists also help set Chesapeake Employers Insurance apart from other workers' compensation insurance companies. Our health services team includes orthopedic surgeons, nurse case managers, a physical therapist, and more, all to get your employee back to work, contain costs, and keep premiums down. That's teamwork. To learn more, connect with your agent or visit Chesapeake Employers at CEIWC.com.
We're on in the 9th inning here in Akron, a 5-3 Bowie lead. One last chance for maybe a tad bit of insurance before we move to the bottom of the frame. But Bowie will have to try against a new pitcher to see if they can get that done. Yerson Ramirez takes over, third reliever out of the pen for Akron today, as Brett Daniels is done. It was a fine relief appearance for Daniels. He did allow an inherited runner to score, but tossed 2 2/3 of scoreless ball on his own ledger. Didn't allow a hit, struck out 4, but walked 3. Ramirez takes over, faces the top of the lineup. First pitch to Connor Norby is slapped foul to the right side. 0-1 to start. After Norby, it'll be Kobe Mayo and then John Rhodes to bat. Norby is 2 for 3 on the day. Solo home run, a single. He grounded out back to the mound in the 5th and then walked with the bases loaded in the 6th. So 2 RBI day for the leadoff man. 0-1 pitch. And he pulls back on an up and in curveball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Ramirez, a 6'1", 210-pound, 23-year-old right-hander from Sabana Grande de Boya in the Dominican. International free agent signed back in 2017 by Cleveland. The 1-1. And Norby watches fastball miss up and away. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. On the season with Akron, he's made 29 appearances, gone 5-2, a 6.23 ERA, 30 1/3 innings. 33 strikeouts, 23 walks. He's allowed 5 home runs. The 2-1 pitch, and Norby pulls back on an inside curveball. Started behind, no balls and 1 strike. And it's 3-1 now. Ramirez sets. The 3-1. And Norby checks his swing on a slider outside. He got back in time. First base umpire makes the call on appeal. And a walk to start Ramirez's outing. It's the 5th walk drawn by Baysox batters today. Ramirez has 2 appearances against Bowie the last time the Baysox were up here. He's got 4 total against the Baysox. His first 3 went fine, actually. He combined for 2 1/3 scoreless innings with a save, but his most recent outing against the Baysox was a bit of a disaster. Talk about it in a second. First pitch to Kobe Mayo was a fastball, called for strike on the bottom edge of the zone. It's 0-1. So Ramirez came in relief of Jaime Arias, who was struggling. Arias allowed the first 5 batters of the 3rd inning to reach safely that day, as Bowie was amassing a lead. The next pitch, and Mayo rips a line drive to left field for a base hit. It's going to be picked up by the corner, and Jonathan Rodriguez. That holds Connor Norby at second base, but it's a single for Mayo after starting the day 0 for 4. Bowie's got 2 on base now with none out for John Rhodes. But yeah, Ramirez came in. He was able to limit the damage, did not allow any inherited runners to score. But when he tried to take on the 4th inning, he got 1 quick out and then immediately walked 3 batters. And he didn't even run the count full on any of them. It was 3-1 on the first 2, and then he walked the third batter on 4 pitches. The bases were loaded. He left the game, and 2 of those runners scored. Here's John Rhodes, first pitch. Rhodes watches breaking ball miss up and inside. It's 1-0 to start. Again, Bowie only 1 hit today with runners in scoring position. Only 1 hit this series with runners in scoring position. They're 1 for 6 overall today. Rhodes would love to break out of that trend and break his 0 for 4 day at the same time. 1-0. And Rhodes cracks it into center field, falling slowly but hanging up long enough. Julian Escobedo runs down, makes a little hop, and makes the catch. Well, the trend still continuing for the Baysox. 1 for 7 today with runners in scoring position. Ramirez is coming off of a win against Harrisburg. Akron had a couple of come-from-behind victories in that series, and he was the pitcher of record in one of them. He tossed an inning and a third of hitless ball, faced the minimum from the 5th to the 6th inning. As the first pitch to Daryl Hernaiz misses high, it's 1-0 to start. 5-3 Bowie leads. We're in the top of the 9th. Baysox are trying to break their 2-game losing skid and snap Akron's 5-game winning streak at the same time. Here's the 1-0. Instead, they try a pick to second, and it's just late. That was nearly a balk, as Hernaiz was just waiting in the box. Ramirez kicked high, turned back to second, and didn't throw the ball. Fortunately for him, he actually turned all the way back to second base before disengaging from the mound, or that would have been some big trouble. But Norby was able to slide in just safely. The throw didn't get there. And now we wait on the 1-0 pitch to Hernaiz. Here it is. Fastball under the knees. 2 balls and no strikes. I don't think Ramirez was too confident in throwing the ball to second, mostly because Angel Martinez wasn't even there. Would have been too difficult to really throw an on-target ball to a fielder that's not there when a runner's going to get in the way. But it's 2-0 on Hernaiz here. First and second, 1 away in the top of the 9th. Next pitch in, and Hernaiz watches slider miss outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Well, much like Bowie was running into these problems yesterday, Akron is really running into them today. Their pitchers are just not throwing as many strikes as they really should be. 12 pitches for Ramirez. Only 4 of them have found the strike zone so far. (3-0), and Hernaiz watches well outside. A 4-pitch walk. Second walk of the inning for Ramirez. Already the 6th drawn by Bowie, and they've drawn all 6 of them in just the last 4 innings since the start of the 6th. And it's going to lead to a mound visit. Things are getting interesting down in Richmond. Of course, we're paying extra special attention to that Erie-Richmond game. After Diego Rincones hit his game-tying home run in the bottom of the 8th inning to make it 2-2, they moved to the 10th. A fielder's choice at the start of the 10th inning eliminated Erie's free runner. The runner that's placed at second got thrown out trying to advance to third on a ground ball. Richmond was able to put together a scoreless inning. In the bottom of the 10th, the first batter tried to sacrifice bunt to push the runner at second ahead, but he bunted it into the air and he popped out. But then a single to put that runner to third and an intentional walk to load the bases, all with 1 out. Tyler Fitzgerald just struck out swinging on a 1-2 pitch. But now Diego Rincones, who had the game-tying 2-run home run, is at the plate. He's got a 1-1 count. But again, bases loaded. Winning run, though, is at third base and 2 outs there in the bottom of the 10th. It's an interesting game. As Hudson Haskins steps in with the bases loaded. First pitch home. And he watches breaking ball, called for strikes. Slider found its way to the inside edge of the plate. It's 0-1. Haskins is 1 for 3 on the day. A single, a walk, 2 runs scored. He's 4 for 11 with the bases loaded this season for Bowie. 1 grand slam, 15 RBI. Still only 1 out. The 0-1 pitch, and Haskins sprays it up the line, foul. Run the count to 0-2. Haskins has only struck out 3 times with the bases loaded. He's drawn 1 walk. And Akron is getting a left-hander up in the bullpen if this inning goes south. The 0-2. Misses high a fastball. It's a ball and 2 strikes. And that's why Ramirez's ERA is so high. He's got a good fastball, but it's the location that can be the problem. That's why he's already walked 2 batters today. Still thrown fewer than half of his pitches for strikes. 1-2 pitch. Haskin takes a late hack at a changeup and fouls it off to the right side. Count stays at a ball and 2 strikes. A 5-3 Bowie lead here in the top of the 9th inning. Well, I'd said it. They'd not had a commanding win since that 15-5 win over Erie 2 weeks ago today. If they could really just pour it on here in the 9th, that would be relieving at the same time. Bowie has suffered some bad losses here, even when they had leads. The 1-2. Haskin holds off on an up-and-in breaking ball. He thought about it, but after realizing it was a changeup and not a curveball, he held up. Good pitch. Count runs even at 2. Ramirez comes set. Out of the stretch, splits the middle of the rubber, the 2-2 pitch, and Haskin gets plunked. In on the hand, a run will score, and he's not happy. The catcher is going to plead and say that it hit Haskin's bat. He did not swing at the ball. If he did swing, it could have been ruled as a foul ball, but it hit Haskin's hand. That's plain and simple. Rugelis Odor is going to come out and basically pull his players away from the umpire while at the same time joining in on the argument. Haskin is going to be checked on by athletic trainer Blake Wooten. I say it, Haskin is the magnet of the team, and I try to use that as an affectionate term just to make lightheartedness the situation that he gets hit by so many pitches. This is the 24th hit by pitch he's been dealt this season, and the umpires are discussing this now. I think Haskin might leave this game. Well, perhaps not. He's being walked up the line by Blake Wooten, but that right hand of his does not look to be too pleasant for him right now, let's say. But the umpires are still talking. Now, I didn't hear anything. Sometimes you can hear that little bluntness of ball on wood if it hit the knob of the bat. But Haskin says it hit his hand. I mean, his reactions make you believe that. And they're saying that the call is confirmed, a hit by pitch. And the massive throng of fans here shows their appreciation for that call. And it's not a well-attended game tonight. But an RBI for Haskin. That's his 16th RBI with the bases loaded, and that's going to be the end of the day for Yerson Ramirez. Rugelis Odor comes out. And he gets the ball. So not a clean day from Ramirez. Bowie adds on a run. They lead by 3 again. Bases are still loaded with only 1 out for Andrew Dashbach. We'll tell you about the new pitcher on the mound in a second. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
A birthday bash with the Baysox is the best time at the ballpark. Bring your friends and family out to celebrate and be the star of the show. Dance on the dugout with Louie, play games in the stadium, introduce a batter in the game, and you'll even get to have the stadium sing for you. Baysox birthday parties, an unforgettable, one-of-a-kind experience at Prince George's Stadium. Book yours by calling 301-464-4880 or at baysox.com.
From sprains to stitches, sore throats to stomach aches, and pulled muscles to poison ivy, care is around the corner at Patient First. Walk in to see a doctor from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day of the year. X-rays, lab tests, and prescription drugs are on site, and most major insurance plans are accepted. For routine illnesses and injuries, Patient First is here for you. Patient First, the name fits.
Patient First, proud partner of the Bowie Baysox, open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day.
Well, we're still moving with the top of the 9th inning here at Canal Park in Akron. Bowie has added on another run, rebuilt their lead of 3 runs, and seeing how much higher they can go. As they lead 6-3, Akron is making a pitching change after Yerson Ramirez had a tough time locating. It was only 1/3 of an inning for Ramirez. He fired 19 pitches and only 7 of them went for strikes. He gave up 2 walks, a single, did not strike anyone out. First run against him came across on a hit by pitch. Hudson Haskin is staying in this game at first base, despite taking that on his right hand. Looking quite unpleased by the matter, but he'll be trying to get something over at first base there. While Andrew Dashbach steps in, Randy Labout will take over on the mound. Left-hander. Dashbach is 1 for 3 on the day with a home run, a walk, 2 runs scored. It was a solo blast back in the second. And time called by the catcher just as Labout had stepped on the rubber. But Dashbach this season is only 1 for 14 with the bases loaded. That's the most plate appearances for Bowie with the bases loaded this season. He's driven in 6 runs, first pitch. And he swings and misses on a curveball. 0-1 to start. If he can get it out of the infield, that might be enough. Outfielders playing relatively deep for Dashbach. He's got 6 RBI with 6 strikeouts this season with the bases loaded. And time called. Labout steps off the back of the rubber. That's already his second step off. And he's only fired 1 pitch. Now the 0-1 to Dashbach. And it's down and in, bounces, kept in front by Rodriguez, but you could tell Kobe Mayo was thinking about a sprint home. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, they've moved to the 11th over in Richmond. The Squirrels were not able to walk off. They'll have to try again, but Erie has a go-ahead run at third. Labout comes set. Bases loaded, 1 away, and the 1-1. Dashbach swings and misses, another off-speed down, and it's 1-2. Randy Labout, a 6'1", 205-pound, 25-year-old lefty from Tampa. 35th round draft selection in 2019. He went to Arizona. 16 games this season and a 3-1 record with Akron. A 5.72 ERA. The 1-2 pitch. Dashbach watches high fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 28 1/3 innings for Labout. 30 strikeouts, 23 walks. He's allowed 3 home runs. He inherits the bases loaded. He's inherited 8 runners this season. Only 1 of them has come across to score against him. Bowie up 6-3 in the 9th, trying to really put this one out of reach. 2-2. Dashbach checks his swing down and in. He held up. Home plate umpire quick to ask for the appeal. First base umpire quick to make the appeal. Close check. And it runs the count full on Dashbach. He's run 4 of his 5 plate appearances full. A home run, a walk, a strikeout on the previous 3. Here's Labout sets. Bases loaded, 1 away. The 3-2 pitch. Dashbach fouls it off. High changeup. And it rolls over to the right side. So we'll do it again. It'll be the 7th pitch of the plate appearance. Well, it's become a quiet night here in Akron. The Baysox are trying to send even more folks home early. Labout sets. Another 3-2. Dashbach swings and misses on a curveball well in the dirt. That would have gone for ball 4. But Dashbach strikes out for the 7th time this season with the bases loaded. That's just under half of his plate appearances. So Labout starts his relief outing with a strikeout. That's the 9th overall for Akron pitching tonight. And now with 2 away, here's Toby Welk. It's been a good day for Welk, 2 for 4. A double in the 4th inning, an RBI single in the 6th. But both times he got stranded at third, and Bowie is still coming up empty in this inning. In terms of base hits with runners in scoring position, something they desperately need to change. First pitch to Welk. And he watches breaking ball miss up and away. It's 1-0 to start. Welk's single in the 6th is the only base hit for Bowie with runners in scoring position this series. And as I said, they would very much like to see this one put out of reach. It's not a save situation if we go to the ninth, but it still will be for Connor Loprich as the 1-0 is a curveball called inside for a strike. 1-1, because Loprich came in when it was a 2-run game. But Bowie has had some devastating losses at this ballpark when they led by 2 runs. So it's good that they have the 3-run lead, but they want to take it further. That's the point. You go back to that 7-game series Bowie played here last month. The 1-1, and Welk gets a piece into the mid of the catcher. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. But 3 different times, 3 different games during that 7-game series, Bowie had a lead after the top of the 9th inning, and they lost. But all 3 times it was 2 runs or fewer, so at least 3 runs is a good start. You just want to see it improve. The 1-2 pitch to Welk. High. Fastball runs the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 away here in the top of the 9th. But we had 2 walks, a single, and a bases loaded hit by pitch. Trying to do more out of it, though. 2-2 from LeBout. And it hits Welk. Breaking ball way too far inside. And it's the second bases loaded hit by pitch of the inning. Bowie leads 7-3. You can make the argument that Welk could have tried to get out of the way of that one, but he wasn't leaning into the box. He wasn't attempting to get hit by the pitch. It just came right at him. Granted, it was a very slow curveball. But now Welk is aboard, Haskin to second, Hernaiz to third. Mayo and Norby have both scored on hit by pitches. And now here's Zach Watson. He's 3 for 9 with the bases loaded this season. First pitch, swing and a miss. Breaking ball down and inside, it's 0-1. Well, that run charged to Yerson Ramirez. He's got 2 on the day. Watson 1 for 3 overall with a triple. The 0-1 pitch. And he swings and misses again on a low curveball. It's 0-2. Watson had a sac fly in the 4th, but that's not up for grabs here. Now, working with runners in scoring position, Watson has a higher strikeout rate than his regular this year. Nearly 40% of the time. And he's already behind 0-2 here. Bowie is in danger of coming up without, with runners in scoring position again. Over the course of the entire inning, they'd go 0 for 3. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch. Watson fouls it off. Got a piece on a high fastball. It goes back to the screen. Well, things might not go Bowie's way down in Richmond now. Josh Crouch, recently promoted from High A for Erie, just hit his first Double-A home run. And into the bottom of the 11th, Erie now leads 5-2. But the Baysox lead 6-3 here. They're taking care of their own business at least. As the 0-2 pitch home is called strike 3 on the outside edge. Watson strikes out looking with the bases loaded. Bowie still gets nothing in terms of base hits with runners in scoring position, but they draw 2 bases loaded hit by pitches, if you can believe it. We go to the bottom of the 9th. The Baysox have a big chance to end their losing skid as they lead 7-3. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Get the best deals at Prince George's Stadium with weekly promotions all season. Tuesdays are Military Appreciation Night. Purchase a box seat at the ticket office with a proof of service, and you'll only pay half price. Bring along your furry friend on Woof Wednesday, and it's the best happy hour around every Thursday from 5 to 6:30. $2 Bud and Bud Light drafts with other beer specials throughout the year, and live music to get your night started. It's always a great time at the ballpark, so get your tickets now at Baysox.com.
Sky Shooter Displays by ZY Pyrotechnics will be lighting up the sky with top-of-the-line fireworks shows following Baysox games all season long. We will give you the best bang for your buck. Sky Shooter Displays include traditional shows, true pyro musicals, custom choreographed plays, and much more. The night sky is truly limitless, so don't be shy. Give ZY a try. Find out more by calling us at 570-328-1360. 861 or visit us online, zypyrotechnics.com.
Most people don't know what a steam fitter is. More importantly, what we do and how much it impacts you. Just take a moment to think about what your world would look like if you didn't have the ability to generate electricity, to have heating or air conditioning, microchip production, internet service, web-based storage, cellular service, and frozen or refrigerated produce. Could you imagine? And these are just some of the things that we impact. Please visit steamfitters-602.org and let's talk about how we can bring value to you.
Well, thank you as always for stopping by this evening as we move to the bottom of the ninth inning here in Akron. Bowie is trying to wrap up a 7-3 win. Matt Sabatis with you from Canal Park here in Ohio as Connor Loprich is back to work for his second inning of relief. Starts against Daniel Schneemann in the first pitch. Schneemann squares but bunts it foul. Fastball was well too high and it just got the top of the bat. Schneemann sent it back to the screen. 0-1 to start. After Schneemann, it'll be Reynel Delgado and then Eric Rodriguez to bat as Bowie leads by 4. Loprich fires the next, and it's swung on and missed. Curveball down, runs it to 0-2. We got 2 runs across in the ninth inning, and both of them were on hit by pitches. Hudson Haskin was nicked by a ball on the hands with the bases loaded. 2 batters later, Toby Welk took one on the thigh. The 0-2 pitch here to Schneemann is down and in. Breaking ball runs it to 1-2. 0 for 3 day for Schneemann. He struck out swinging back in the 6th inning. Loprich quickly sets with a shift on for the left-hander. He waits after setting for a few seconds. Now the 1-2. Check swing. Fastball outside. They'll appeal, but he held off. That was the right call. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fortunately for the Baysox, while they have had some devastating games that they've blown at this ballpark this season, including a game where they led 6-0. The 2-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. High fastball from Loprich, his first strikeout. Just the 5th overall for Baysox pitching, but a good start to the 9th. And now here's Reynel Delgado. Fortunately for Bowie, while they have blown a few games at this ballpark, including a game they led 6-0, they have not blown a lead this large, this late, at any point this season. Bowie has blown a couple of games in which they led going into the bottom of the 9th. First pitch to Delgado is a breaking ball, too far inside. 1-0 to start. Delgado 2 for 3. Solo home run in the 4th inning, a double in the 7th inning, but he got thrown out trying to score on a floated single to right field. That was a pivotal play in this game. As the 1-0 pitch is up and away, fastball runs it to 2-0. Because that kept it at a 2-run game, and Bowie was able to finally break through for a little bit in the 9th, thanks to just good plate discipline. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Right down Broadway, changeup, runs it to 2-1. Yeah, Bowie has suffered their fair share of games blown after the 7th inning, like 8th inning, 9th inning, or even 6th inning, 7th inning in double-header games, if you catch my drift. As the 2-1 pitch is down and inside a breaking ball. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. There's been 12 instances this year where Bowie had a lead in the last 2 innings of a game, 8th or 9th, and they lost. 12 instances. Again, you turn half of those around, and Bowie's in the thick of everything this year. The 3-1, called a strike, nice fastball, and it runs the count full. And of those 12 instances, 4 of them came against Akron, and all 4 were within that same week that the Baysox spent here at Canal Park in August. 4 games. That was really one of the deciding points. Not necessarily the deciding points, but the biggest intersection of Bowie's season, because they entered that 7-game series on an 8-game win streak. They lost 5 of the 7, and they've not been the same. 3-2. Breaking ball down, and it's a 1-out walk. Delgado is aboard for the 3rd time today. Loprich walks his first batter. Only the 2nd walk overall given up by Baysox pitching. And now here's Eric Rodriguez. But again, while Bowie did blow 4 different leads in that series to the Ducks last month, 3 of them were in the ninth, but again, none of them were this large. The largest of them was 2 runs. The other 3 were only 1 run. So it's not outside the realm of possibility to expect a 1-run comeback at points. Just to have it happen that often in that short of a time span was the astonishing factor. First pitch to Eric Rodriguez is called a strike. On a fastball lower inside corner, it's 0-1 to start. Rodriguez 1 for 3, single to right field in the 7th. Next pitch, and he swings and misses on a curveball. It's 0-2. Rodriguez nearly drove in that run when Reynel Delgado came sprinting home, but John Rhodes threw him out. So that's what I was talking about a lot in that 9th inning. When Bowie was getting the bases loaded, while they still weren't able to get the base hits that they need to break out of those slumps, they still got runs. The 0-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Rodriguez was light years ahead of that curveball. Second strikeout for Lopridge, and Bowie's 1 out away from a big win. So now here's Julian Escobedo. Runner at first, 2 away here in the bottom of the 9th. Bowie leads 7-3. Lefty Escobedo is 0 for 3. Flew out to right field his last time up. First pitch. And it's under the knees. Fastball, and it's 1-0 to start. Now they've just gone final. Down in the diamond. Erie holds on. The 1-0. Called a strike on the bottom edge. It's 1-1. So Bowie is not going to gain any ground tonight in the Southwest Division. That makes their path very tough. With only 4 games left in the regular season after tonight, Bowie will be, in essence, 2 games out of first place. They'll only be 1 game out in the standings, but remember, Erie holds the tiebreaker. Here's the 1-1. Outside, and it hits off of Hanley's glove. Runner will advance. I imagine that's going to be another passed ball. Hanley just stuck the glove out there, and it hit off the top of the webbing. So it runs the count to 2 balls and a strike as Delgado's now in scoring position. Mild shift on for the lefty Escobedo. As the next pitch is outside, it's 3-1. That's another pass ball. So the second of the day for Hanley, 7th overall this season. Lopridge comes set, holds at the chest. And now the 3-1. Fastball bounced to first, backhanded by Andrew Dashbach. He'll step over to the bag and end the game. The Bowie Baysox are winners once again. A dominating win over the Akron Rubber Ducks, 7-3. That was a monkey off their back if they ever could have asked for one, as Bowie breaks Akron's 5-game winning streak and kick out their 2-game losing skid at the same time. We're back after this. We'll recap this one with Baysox postgame in just a second. You're listening to Baysox Baseball.
Fielder's Choice Flex Packs with the Bowie Baysox. The best value to see the best games at Prince George's Stadium. You could save up to 30% on your selected seat from day one and enjoy a number of exclusive member benefits, including flexible exchange options, discounts on suite rentals, special access to the Diamond View restaurant, and a free members collectible at your first home game of the year. Get your pack now by calling 301-464-4865 or heading online to baysox.com.
At DCA Imaging Systems, we provide a tenured team of office technology professionals ready to be your trusted advisors. From document creation, output devices, scanning and workflow, to document security and storage, we understand people print, not printers. Give DCA Imaging a call, 301-577-1021, or find out more about how we can help you. DCAimaging.com. DCA Imaging Systems, office technology made easy.
It takes time to get rich, flavorful coffee beans from the lush mountain regions of Colombia and Brazil to Royal Farms. but less than a minute to get yourself a delicious hot cup of the finest and freshest coffee in the world. Because Royal Farms' new Swiss-made coffee machines grind those rich, flavorful coffee beans and brew them one magnificent cup at a time. It's why Royal Farms makes the freshest and best coffee in the world. Real fresh, real fast. Royal Farms.
At Luminous Health, we want you to feel your best. This summer, take the time to catch up on your annual health screenings. Visit us at our Anne Arundel Medical Center, Doctors Community Medical Center, or one of our primary care offices in your neighborhood. At Luminous Health, you are the MVP. Learn more at luminoushealth.org.
It's now time for the Bowie Baysox post-game show. Let's head back to the ballpark with Matt Savanas.
Well, a nice win for the Bowie Baysox this evening as they take down Akron 7-3. They didn't necessarily do too much when it came to their overall offensive prowess. Akron helped a lot along the way, but hey, a win's a win, and a 4-run win is a much better win, as Bowie had not won this big since 2 weeks ago when they took down Erie 15-5. Not dominating. Again, not dominating by any means, but for Bowie to put together at least something that they felt comfortable with in the ninth inning. Didn't really feel too scared about. I shouldn't use the word scared, but at least a bit uneasy about. To put together a win like that is so important for the Baysox to at least try and get a little bit momentum over the final 4 games of the regular season. So let's talk about this game, why don't we? Take you all the way back in time to the faraway land of 6:47 p.m. when first pitch came home from Thomas Bonicelli to Connor Norby. Now, it was a bit high, and Norby watched it for ball 1. The second pitch of the game, however, was a pretty clear-cut strike, and Norby took it deep. As they've got a mild shift on in the infield, the 1-0 pitch is slapped the other way, deep out to right field. Noel running back, looking up at the wall, and this one is gone! Connor Norby says goodbye. His 16th home run of the season. And the Baysox jump out to an early 1-0 lead. So Bowie already had a 1-0 edge, but they went down quickly from there. Ponticelli actually only used 11 pitches to retire the rest of the batters in the first inning. It was a pretty efficient frame for him. As the game went to the bottom of the first, Justin Armbruster was trying to nurse that lead, but Akron was able to match Connor Norby. Jose Tena, a 2-2 pitch. He took it deep. 2-pitch comes home, and it's belted out toward deep right center field. Watson running back to the warning track, to the wall, and there it goes. Tena has matched Norby. A game-tying leadoff home run in the first inning. And it's like we're back where we started. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 game after just, one inning. It's almost as if nothing happened. So we go to the second inning as Bowie has to try and work from square one again. Fortunately, after one quick strikeout, Andrew Dashbach basically, did the same thing. Strikes out in nearly half of them, walks in about 40%. The 3-2 is lifted deep out to right field, however. Noel running back to the short porch, up against the wall, and there it goes! Andrew Dashbach says goodbye. His 15th home run of the season. And we've got a power-pack game so far. It's 2-1 Bowie. So the Baysox already ahead 2-1 in the bottom of the second. Armbruster was a bit more efficient. He was able to toss a scoreless frame, a perfect frame. Needed 19 pitches, though. Struck out one batter, got a ground out and a fly out. In the top of the third, Bowie got a leadoff base hit, but couldn't do anything with it. In the bottom of the third, Akron got a couple of runners aboard, but Armbruster stranded them both. He still was working long, needed 23 pitches to get to that point. As we went to the fourth inning, the Baysox got a leadoff hit by Hudson Haskin. Line out, didn't get him anywhere, but then Toby Welk stepped up and lifted a double to left field, putting Haskin at third. Still only one out. That was plenty of room for Zach Watson to bring home Haskin. As the 0-1 pitch is lifted out toward right field, sends Noel backing up. This will be deep enough to score the run. Up against the warning track, Noel makes the catch, and he's going to fire to third to try and get the tailing runner, but the throw gets nowhere. A sacrifice fly for Zach Watson, and Bowie adds insurance. They lead 3-1. So a 3-1 edge for the Baysox, thanks to Zach Watson's sacrifice fly. And in the bottom of the fourth, Akron cut right back into that lead. 2 quick outs, and then Raynel Delgado got a hold of a good pitch. Fires the next. Line deep out to right field. Rhodes sprinting back, but he's got no chance. There it goes. Solo home run for Raynel Delgado, and Akron is an inch closer. It's 3-2 Bowie. So back to a one-run game, and as we went into the top of the fifth, it was a new pitcher. Ponticelli was done, and Robert Broom took over. Baysox had trouble picking up that sidearm delivery of his at first, and he set down the side in order in the frame. Bottom of the fifth came around, and Easton Lucas took over. Armbruster was done after just 4 innings, needed 78 pitches to get there, so it was understandable. But Lucas shut down the side in order, 2 flyouts and a strikeout. Game went into the 6th inning, and Broom started to lose command a little bit, partly because Bowie was just laying off of those outside sliders from the sidearm delivery. They realized they didn't need to swing at them as often, so Broom walked 2 batters, and a wild pitch put one of them to third base. That was more than enough for Toby Welk to give Bowie an extra run. 1-1 pitch, and Welk floats it to right field, a base hit. Haskin will score. The Baysox have their first hit with runners in scoring position this series, and it's a big one. Toby Welk gives Bowie a 2-run lead again. It's 4-2. So back to a 4-2 edge for the Baysox, and that was, at the moment, plenty. After Bowie was able to get pitching change out of that, Robert Broom was done, and Brett Daniels came on. Zach Watson popped out, but Maverick Hanley drew a walk, and the bases were loaded. Connor Norby stepped up, and hey, Bowie had some good strike zone discipline in this inning. That's all I can say. Here it comes, the payoff pitch. It's outside for ball 4. Norby draws the bases loaded walk, and Bowie's got another on the board. It's 5-2. So a 3-run edge for the Baysox, their largest of the night, but Kobe Mayo would strike out looking to strand the bases loaded and end the inning there. Bowie still only got 1 hit with runner in scoring position in that frame. Bottom of the 6th came around as the Baysox were trying to hold on to this 3-run lead. It was, unfortunately, though, short-lived. After 2 quick outs, Jonathan Rodriguez stepped up, and Easton Lucas was not able to put him down. But now he sets back into the athletic stance. 2-2 pitch. Lifted into center field. A good crack. Zach Watson sprinting back. This one's going to get out. There it goes. Clears the batter's eye. Jonathan Rodriguez, a massive solo home run. His 4th of the season. And Akron gets a little bit closer. Bowie still leads 5-3. So a 2-run edge for the Baysox at this point, and we're on to the 7th inning. A walk for Daryl Hernandez was the only runner, as Brett Daniels is able to work scoreless. And in the bottom of the 7th, Connor Loprich, or rather, Easton Lucas was still working. He gave up a leadoff double to Reynel Delgado. I was looking ahead in the game. Delgado got to second base on the double, and Eric Rodriguez singled to right field, nearly scoring Delgado. But a great play by John Rhodes. Scooped the low bloop in right field and fired a missile home, beat out Delgado, and threw him out 9-2. That saved a run from scoring, would have made it a 1-run game, but kept it at a 2-run game, and Bowie went into the top of the 8th, still holding on to that lead. They went down in order, though, against Daniels, and they didn't have much of an answer for him then. In the bottom of the 8th, though, Connor Loprich took over, gave up a 2-out single, but nothing else, and the game went into the top of the 9th when Yerson Ramirez stepped in. He's got a good fastball, but lacks in control. Ramirez walked a batter, gave up a single, then a fly out for 1 out, but another walk loaded the bases. Hudson Haskin came up, and it's always something you got to anticipate with Hudson Haskin, and it happened again here. Ramirez comes set. Out of the stretch, splits the middle of the rubber, the 2-2 pitch, and Haskin gets plunked. In on the hand, a run will score, and he's not happy. Again, I wouldn't necessarily be happy if I was Hudson Haskin either with how often he gets hit by pitches, but that one hit him on the hand, and Haskin has had trouble with that hand of his plenty. Not only this season, but of course he had the broken thumb last season too. So that right hand can always be dastardly for him. It did drive in a run, and Haskin stayed on the base paths as Ramirez was done after that. His fastball just wasn't working. They brought in Randy Labout, and after a quick strikeout, Toby Welk stepped up, and Labout lost control of his pitches. 2-2 from Labout. And it hits Welk. Breaking ball way too far inside, and it's the second bases-loaded hit by pitch of the inning. Bowie leads 7-3. So that would be it for the Baysox after another strikeout of Zach Watson looking. It was an 0-2 pitch. They stranded the bases loaded for the 2nd time on the day, but again, they led by 4, so it's fine. You go to the bottom of the 9th, Connor Loprich walks 1 batter with 1 out, but has no issue wrapping up the game and earning the save. Loprich comes set, holds at the chest. And now the 3-1. Fastball bounced to first, backhanded by Andrew Dashbach. He'll step over to the bag and end the game. The Bowie Baysox are winners once again. A dominating win over the Akron Rubber Ducks, 7-3. So your final box score, Bowie scores 7 runs on 8 hits with no errors. They left on 10. Akron scores 3 runs on 8 hits with no errors. They left on 6. Easton Lucas is the winning pitcher. He moves to 3-0 on the year, while Thomas Ponticelli takes the loss. He falls to 2-5. Connor Loprich earns the save. He's a perfect 6 for 6 this season in save opportunities. Game was played in 2 hours and 56 minutes in front of a paid attendance at Canal Park of 2,275. With the win, Bowie moves to 66 and 68 on the season. Their 2-game losing streak is over. Well, the Baysox are now 29 and 36 when playing on the road. With the loss, Akron falls to 77 and 57. Their 5-game winning streak is done. Akron is now 38 and 27 when playing in front of the home crowds. Bowie moves to 39 and 26 in the second half. Akron falls to 37 and 28. We'll talk about the continuation of this series tomorrow and look in on how the rest of the league wrapped today up. Of course, we've been giving you intermittent updates on Erie and Richmond down in the Diamond, so you've already got an understanding of that one, but we'll walk you through what the standings look like at the end of the day tonight. We're back after this as Bowie takes down Akron 7-3. You're listening to Baysox Postgame.
From sprains to stitches, sore throats to stomach aches, and pulled muscles to poison ivy, care is around the corner at Patient First. Walk in to see a doctor from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day of the year. X-rays, lab tests, and prescription drugs are on site, and most major insurance plans are accepted. For routine illnesses and injuries, Patient First is here for you. Patient First, the name fits.
Patient First, proud partner of the Bowie Baysox, open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day.
A birthday bash with the Baysox is the best time at the ballpark. Bring your friends and family out to celebrate and be the star of the show. Dance on the dugout with Louie, play games in the stadium, introduce a batter in the game, and you'll even get to have the stadium sing for you. Baysox birthday parties, an unforgettable, one-of-a-kind experience at Prince George's Stadium. Book yours by calling 301-464-4880 or at baysox.com.
Everyone deserves a great smile, and Rad Orthodontics is here to help you, Bowie Baysox fans. Rad Orthodontics accepts most insurance, and whether it's braces or Invisalign aligners, anyone can get the smile they've always wanted with our flexible payment options. With 2 of the country's leading orthodontists right here in the D.C. area, we love to see Baysox fans smile with confidence. So get that amazing smile you deserve. Visit radsmile.com today and book your free consult. That's radsmile.com for Rad Orthodontics, official smile provider of the Bowie Baysox.
Back to Canal Park one final time this evening as we get ready to wrap up Baysox postgame. Matt Sabatis with you. As Bowie takes down the Rubber Ducks today, 7-3, a big win for Bowie, but let's see how it stacks up against the rest of the Eastern League today. Doubleheader just came to a close between Binghamton and Hartford. Hartford took the first game 6-2, and they trailed 3-0 in the second game, but put on 3 runs in the sixth to overcome that deficit 4-3. They just finished it out, so it's a doubleheader sweep for the Yard Goats. They've taken the first 2 games of that series. Altoona blanked Reading today, a 5-hit shutout for the Curve, 8-0 the final there, while Portland is laying it on the Somerset Patriots at the moment, a 12-6 lead going into the 9th inning. Portland with a big opportunity to really lay some groundwork for the first round of the Northeast Division's championship series in a few days. New Hampshire took down Harrisburg. They trailed 3-1 early, but put on a consistent attack to win 6-4. And then the game of the night that really favors, well, doesn't favor Bowie, I should say, but factors into Bowie's standings, is Erie and Richmond. Diego Rincones hit a game-tying 2-run home run in the bottom of the 8th inning for Richmond, sent it at 2-2 into the 10th. When Richmond got their free runner placed at second base to third base with only 1 out, they got nothing out of it. Erie went down scoreless in the top of the 10th, and Richmond had that winning run at third with only 1 out and still couldn't do anything. In the top of the 11th, Erie put on 3 runs, including a 2-run home run by Josh Crouch, who had just been promoted 2 days ago. It was his first in Double-A, and that was enough. Erie takes down Richmond 5-3. In 11 innings. So what does that necessarily mean for the Baysox right now? It means that Erie maintains their 1-game lead over Bowie in the Southwest Division. And since Erie has the tiebreaker with 4 games remaining, what Bowie is really going to have to hope for is 3 wins over Akron, or at least 2 wins over Akron, and 4 or 3 losses for Erie. If Bowie wins just 2 games over Akron, they need Erie to lose out, which is, of course, a tough sell. But if Erie wins 3 games over Akron over these final 4, they need Erie to lose 3 games over the, I think I'm saying this right. It's always a muddled mess when you get to these elimination and clinching scenarios at this point, but Akron will remain 2 games out of first place with 4 games left to play, and Altoona will Akron's going to fall to 3 games out of first place with 4 games left to play. I'm not sure why I'm saying 2 games. Altoona is going to keep pace with Erie. They're going to be 3.5 games out of first place with 4 games to play. So it's a very tough road for the Curve. It's a monstrously tough road for the Rubber Ducks right now, as Erie surprisingly picking up 2 wins over Richmond at the Diamond. That is tough to do. As we take a look at the Orioles organization, of course, not much action left as the single-A seasons are closed. Aberdeen did not have a good start in their league championship series. Game 1, it's the first round of that, the Northeast Division there in the South Atlantic League? I'm not sure how their divisions work out, but Aberdeen did not have a good day against Brooklyn yesterday. They tied the game at 1 in the second inning, but then allowed 7 unanswered runs. Aberdeen lost that first one 8-1. They'll play tomorrow at Ledios Field at Ripken Stadium. But if they lose that game, they are eliminated from the postseason, and they will have to win the next 2 games for a shot at the championship series. As we look at AAA, it was a shootout between Norfolk and Charlotte at Harbor Park that just wrapped up. Jordan Westberg and Joey Ortiz had a pair of home runs. They went back-to-back in a big 4th inning, but the first inning saw a lot of the action. 6 runs for the Tides. That was just the start of it, as they battled back and forth with Charlotte in a 13-11 game. Charlotte put on 3 runs in the 9th inning to make it close, but Norfolk was able to finish it out. Our old friend Logan Gillespie picked up the win in relief. But again, the score we care about most in this production is that of Bowie's, and it was a good one, as the Baysox take down the Rubber Ducks today 7-3. 2 sides are back at it again tomorrow, with right-hander Chase McDermott getting the ball for Bowie, 1-1 with a 6.75 ERA, while Doug Nikhazy will start for Akron. Left-hander is 0-1 with a 9.95 ERA, but both of those numbers are relatively inflated just because they've only made a couple of appearances here at AA. It'll be a 6:35 first pitch tomorrow. That means a DCA Imaging Systems pregame show of 6:15. That's going to do it for us. Matt Sabatis from Canal Park in Akron saying thank you so much for stopping by tonight as Bowie takes down the Rubber Ducks 7-3. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to Bowie Baysox Baseball. We hope you enjoyed today's game, and join us next time for another exciting broadcast coming up soon. This has been a presentation of the Bowie Baysox.